And today we are celebrating. We're celebrating many things, a joyous occasion and a not so joyous occasion. So I want to start off in honor. First, want to honor the youth that we lost yesterday. Unfortunately, we lost a youth to senseless violence. And his name was Steve Ruben Gutierrez. And he was one of our students from Renaissance. So just thinking of him and his family at this time, holding him in our thoughts and lifting them up, as well as our entire Alum Rock community. And also want to honor that we are celebrating 90 years here at Alum Rock today. A very joyous occasion as well for our community, for our family here at Alum Rock, celebrating all the wonderful things that 90 years has brought to our district, from the inception of the idea, the dream of having a school district forming, to the many schools that have opened up and the many children and families that this district has served. Very happy. Thank you, MinFam, again for helping organize that celebration that we had with ringing the bell there at Paula Middle School, and then having an intimate celebration due to all the things that we're dealing with. Wanted to make sure we marked the moment, which was very important, but also do it in a safe way. So thank you all. Thank you for joining us here today. Now we're going to move on to item 102. Any modifications of the agenda from the trustees or superintendent? Anything that we need to maybe move, change? I'll wait for hands, or if I don't see any, then we'll move forward. All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to item 103. Actually, that's there for notice for our entire community here today, that we do have the opportunity for those that are wishing to speak. You will be giving the moment through public comment on each item. And if you're here to talk about any other item, then we'll also give you time in our next agenda item. So just want to make sure that you are all aware that we do have time for the members of the public to speak to the board. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item 201. Public members who wish to address the board on any matters that are not on the agenda. Jose, if you can help me identify any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item.
Good afternoon, Madam President. At this time, we have no speakers. Excuse me, we have one speaker. Our first speaker is area member Ms. Sandra Rivera. Ms. Rivera, please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sandra Rivera. I'm a TK teacher this year at Cesar Chavez Elementary School, and I was just commenting tonight asking that the board take a look and reconsider some of the things that have been asked of us to do this year. One of the things is the safety protocols that are for our classes. Trying to squeeze 22 kindergartners or TK students into one classroom is horrendous. There's no room to do anything. TK and kinder is supposed to be about exploration and coexistence and everything else, but with all of the desks and plexiglass barriers and everything, there is no room to do anything else in our classrooms. We're also having a lot of difficulties trying to set stuff up. I spent 3 hours yesterday trying to rearrange my classroom, only to come in today and have MOT undo every single thing that I did yesterday, take plexiglass dividers off, put new ones on, and then change the setup of the classroom so that now one student will be facing the board, and the way the plastic partition is put in, the other student will be facing the back of the classroom. So it's not, things are being done hastily and without any consideration for the time, energy, and effort that the teachers have already put into the classroom. And we're not getting any guidance, and it's just making us all frustrated and extremely uncomfortable with starting of this school year. So I ask that you take some time and talk with the teachers more and look at the procedures. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Adrienne Bain. Ms. Bain, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
We can't hear you in case you're speaking. Are they unmuted, Jose?
Yes, Ms. Bain, can you please try unmuting yourself?
I'm wondering if we should go to the next person, if there's anybody else while they figure out maybe the audio issues. And then
Yes,
come back.
Our next speaker is Ms. Alma Mendoza. Ms. Mendoza, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
We can't hear you, Alma, if you're speaking. Let's see. I do see Alma unmuted.
Ms. Mendoza, can you try speaking into the microphone?
I'm not sure they're having audio issues. And if, I wonder if Adrienne audio works now, maybe we can go back and then forth back to Mendoza after. I really want to hear what they have to say. Let's try it again. I think you said Adrienne, right?
Yes, we have Ms. Bain or Ms. Mendoza.
Okay. I don't know if we're gonna be able to hear them. Please, if you're able to come back at any other item, we'll go ahead and take your comment when you're able to hopefully fix the audio issues, or we can figure that out. I'll put your name down here, and then at any point in the meeting, I would love to hear what you have to say. So Alma Mendoza and Adrienne Bain. Okay, anybody else? Jose?
Yes, our next speaker is Jessica Levodi. Ms. Levodi, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, before I make my comment, Madam President, there's a big echo or like sound bouncing off of when you speak. It's like a loud piercing sound. I don't know if you're in the room with someone else who's on Zoom, but there's like a big bouncing off sound. but just so you know.
Thank
There's
you,
like-
Jessica.
No problem.
We're gonna, yeah, make sure we turn down all the volume, and then I appreciate that, because I want to make sure the public isn't like squinting while they're here.
Yeah,
Is
we're
better?
squinting right now.
Better?
Wait, let's say something.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, much better.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You got it, of course. I just wanted to speak on the safety, and that I feel that we as educators right now are in the dark on what is happening, as well as parents. And that I feel that we could have done so much more for safety and mitigation, and we could have done so much more. We're cramming all of our students back into the classrooms. There isn't a testing protocol happening. We don't know in regards to when there is exposure, when we will be informed of exposure. Is it going to be within 24 hours? Because of the Delta variant, it's just rapid and crazy. We could have had smaller classrooms, but we're not. We could have had testing and screening, but we're not doing it to the best of our abilities. We could have had upgraded ventilation systems and not just air purifiers. Today I was in the opening of schools training today, and the presenter said that if we have our AC on, to close the doors, because so we don't blow the AC. And that's just scary, because then we're just circulating air just for the sake of the air conditioner. And why are we not hearing from people and administration about what is happening and the guidance? And it's just so uncomfortable. And I'm scared for my lives. My parents are scared for their lives and their students' lives. And they don't know also what's happening with the independent study. I have several of my students signing up for it, and they don't have any guidance on that. And I feel we could have done better. And we're now down to the wire, as in 48 hours.
Thank you. Anybody else will say? Maybe we
Yes,
lost.
we have Ms. Alma Mendoza. Ms. Mendoza, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Ms. Mendoza, we can, thank you. Yes, hopefully it works now. Not working, still not working. Hopefully we can figure that out during this meeting. I do have your name, Alma. Anybody else will say?
Yes, our next speaker is Bridget Collins. Ms. Collins, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, so I'm a teacher and I have my own child that attends ARUSD. I do have a lot of questions at this point, and I'm feeling a lot of anxiety because we have not had any word as to what to expect if we're even going to be teaching independent studies, and what this means. I know that negotiations are happening and stuff, but and I also want you to know that I believe I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of teachers when I say that, like, area is fighting for us, and there's more than just, the people that are negotiating. We all are behind them, and we all want what's best for everybody, including the students. And I have concerns because I have a son that is immunocompromised, and I'm in a situation where I don't know what if he's going to be an independent study, and if he is, what does that mean? If I'm going to be teaching independent study, what does that mean? So there's so many questions that we need answered basically before tomorrow, since we only have a couple days left for planning. that's all I have to say. I just think that we need to get it together and be like the surrounding districts and do what needs to be done so that we know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Our next speaker is Ms. Deolinda Mendoza. Ms. Mendoza, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'd just like to echo, what my colleagues are saying. I feel like we're very unprepared. We don't know what to expect as teachers. I know that Dr. Bauer sent out a letter issuing or stating like what to expect or what layers of safety protocols are in place, but I feel like that's not enough. I know that we don't want crowds, we don't want visitors on site, yet, tonight at my school, there was a Bienvenida where, we were asked to come in and meet students. The reasoning is to make it normal. It's not normal. Times are not normal. I didn't go, but some of my colleagues did. And I asked if back to school night was going to be the same way. And according to my principal, we are expected to be at back to school night in person because it's after school hours. What is the difference between back to school hours at nighttime and the daytime? I just think that Zoom is much better for this. Last year when we did this, we had more parents show up because it was through Zoom. So I want to suggest that this be done again this year. Also, some of the protocols that were in place are good. The face guards and the 3 feet, 2 feet when possible. I like to suggest more benches for eating outside for our students. I have little ones and they're going to be taking off their masks. And if they're sitting next to other kids, they still don't know that they should not be, talking with their mouth closed, all that. I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Our next speaker is Ms. Tanner. Ms. Tanner, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm Loretta Tanner. I moved again. I'm back at Curitan and I'm teaching 4th grade with a little bit of 5th grade. And I echo all of my colleagues and their concerns. I also have a concern that we don't have a contract. And other Bay Area districts are giving their teachers that worked last year $2,500 bonus, $1,000 bonus, and a raise. And it's just hard. It's hard to feel unappreciated. So please settle our contract, do the right thing. Don't let us be the bottom of the barrel again. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Our next speaker is Ms. Adrienne Vane. Ms. Vane, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name's Adrienne Vane. I am a teacher at Joseph George Middle School, and I love my job. I love teaching. I love the kids that I work with. It is one of the most fulfilling jobs. I think everybody can agree with me on that. I'm just tired of, with this district, not having any foresight and not knowing there's a plan that's going to happen. And I still don't know what the plan for this year is, or, what the safety protocols are. I know I have the basics down, but it's really disheartening and it's frustrating and it creates a lot of anxiety. And on top of that, knowing that gas prices are going up, and now I have a Ford Focus, a 10-gallon tank, and it's costing me $50 to drive to and from school. And I don't make a lot of money. And we haven't had a cost of living raise in 2 years. And other schools have been getting bonuses. And, it's really going to suck, pardon my language, if we decide to do work to rule, or God forbid, we strike, because we haven't been appreciated and we haven't been thought of. And it's hard to sit there and think that, and to not feel good about your job when you don't feel appreciated and you're not part of the conversation and you don't know what's going on. And so please, I beg you, if we could have a little bit more communication and start thinking about each other, that would be lovely. Thank you. I appreciate your time for listening to me. Finally.
Thank you, Ms. Faith. Our next speaker is Kathy Lowy. Ms. Lowy, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
I can't hear you. You're speaking. Wonder. Hopefully she's able to fix the issue. Maybe we can go to the next speaker and then come back.
Yes, Madam President. Our next speaker is Sherry Duarte. Ms. Duarte, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me have an opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Duarte.
Okay. Thank you for giving this opportunity to speak. I am proud to say that I am celebrating my 25th year in the school district. And of the 90 years, I've spent 32 years in the district, whether I was a student or a parent or a teacher. And I love this school district, but I don't feel very respected as a professional, as a person who's constantly trying to improve my educational practice. It feels like it's really not respected in a way that makes me want to come back to work. I mean, that's really the bottom line. Tomorrow's our first contractual day, and I really don't want to be there. I went into my classroom that was set up in the spring, and actually it was shown on a video on the news with 10 desks set up with the sneeze guards. And of course, I'm not going to only have 10 students this coming year. I'm going to have 26 to 30, something like that. And I went into the classroom and 30 desks are like sardines in that classroom. Kids aren't going to be able to even get in and out of their desks, much less, learn while they're in there. So I'm just feeling underappreciated and unprepared to tackle this large job that we have. And I put my whole heart into it, and I wish that the district did that for their teachers too, and their students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Duarte. Our next speaker is Ms. Kathy Lowy. Ms. Lowy, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my microphone failed to work. So I have some big concerns about, and I know that this isn't really something that we can deal with because it came from the state, but I have some very big concerns about the modified quarantine. I think it's designed to keep more kids in school, but I also don't think it's designed to detect active COVID cases. The rules are, if you are vaccinated, even if you've had close contact with someone who tests positive for COVID, then you don't have to quarantine you don't have to get tested. And that is very concerning to me because there's evidence that there's a lot more COVID cases out there than we're detecting at this point in time. And I'm worried that we're going to have a very large outbreak at our schools that goes undetected until our hospitals fill up and people, I don't want more people to die. I don't want that to happen. And I don't want to be in the same state that other states in this country are in currently in a couple weeks. So I'm concerned also about what we do during fire season when the smoke is outside and the air outside is toxic. I think the plan is to, open doors, but what do we do when we can't do that? That reduces how much circulation we have in our air. And I see 152 students a day. I think my largest class is 35. It's really packed in there. I don't think that we have enough safety protocols in place at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dolan. Madam President, at this time, we have no more speakers.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to item 301. We have anybody from Teamsters here today? We'll see if you can help us identify anybody from the audience. Public.
I don't see any raised hands.
Okay,
Excuse me, I do.
I think we
Yes.
do have one. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Trevor. At this time, feel free to give us your update from Teamsters.
Mr. Trevor, please unmute yourself.
Mr. Trevor, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. If you can please unmute yourself. Hopefully we're able to figure that out. Maybe as Mr. Trevor figures out the audio issue, we'll come back. We can go on to California School Employees Association and then come back to Teamsters.
Madam President, I don't see anyone from CSEA.
Okay. Please raise your hand if you're here from CSEA. Otherwise, I see Alma raising her hand, Jose. Hoping that Alma we were able to figure out those issues. Maybe she can give her.
Ms. Mendoza, please try to unmute yourself.
Hi.
Yay. Yes.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Oh, great.
Hi.
Glad you can make it by voice.
Hi, my name is Alma Mendoza, and I am a teacher at Ryan School of 35 years now. And I wanted to address 2 points to the board tonight, if possible, please. One, we are going on our second year with no contract. In the middle of a pandemic, last year we worked without a contract. This year we're working without a contract, starting without one. We haven't gotten a raise, we haven't gotten a bonus. And some people might be thinking in their head, my, aren't these teachers greedy? But you know what? Any teacher who has worked through this pandemic the last year and a half and is still at our district loves their job. Believe us, we're not in it for the money. But we also want to be appreciated. And the best way to appreciate a professional in any profession is to monetarily award them. So I ask to please have our contract settled. We have so many questions and most of us are at our wits' end trying to get things ready and so anxious, but we're going to show up and we're going to be there. We did it last year, we'll do it this year. So I asked the board and the negotiation team, whoever is there from the district, to please put on their big boy, big girl pants and get our contract settled. We need a raise. We need fair information on a timely manner so we know what the heck we're doing and what to tell our parents. That's the first point. Second point, I ask you to please look into our CBA. The kinder teachers and the TK teachers have to give one and get one. So that means I go into my partner's class and I teach for an hour, and they will come into my class and teach for an hour. And we are very concerned because that would be mixing cohorts. So what we are asking is that we spend that hour that we give our partner with our own class.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
Yes. And was she, do you know, Jose, if she's from CSEA? She's not, okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Let's go back to Teamsters and see if we can get Trevor back on. We can have his audio. Mr. Trevor, if you can please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? No, I'm here representing Teamsters. I don't really have much to say. Just want to let you guys know I'm here and listening, taking notes and representing Teamsters, I guess.
Great, welcome. Thank you for being here. And thank you all for the work you do. At this time then, we will move on and keep me focused here. If you can help me. I don't think we've had anybody from CSEA yet, correct? And I don't think we did. Okay, so we did not. I'm correct. Okay, so just checking, if you're here from CSEA, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we will move on to area. Okay, I don't see any. Jose, help me identify if I miss anybody. Otherwise, we'll move on to area. If you're here representing area, I don't know if Jocelyn's here, please raise your hand. Nice, welcome.
Yes, Madam President, we have Ms. Merce.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. I just have to share, I literally just flew in my house from the beautiful event of this afternoon. Aside from traffic, there was some road closures and this and that. So I'll take a deep breath. And I do want to just comment on, I don't know what's been said. I don't know whether it was shared out about the afternoon event on the anniversary celebration, but regardless whether or not it was or not, I just want to tell you how much I appreciated being invited and being a part of that celebration. It was just really very exciting to hear all of what all of you had to say and the history behind the district and Pala Middle School and just the, what a special part of the founding of East San Jose that Alum Rock is, and how it was a great celebration, and thank you. I also, so reset, I want to again say good evening on the eve of area members returning to prepare for the beginning of another different start to this school year. I remember learning in my early days of teaching some 45 years ago, not all in Alum Rock, but a long time, the important life skill of being flexible. It has served me well throughout the years, but I have to say that over the past 18 months, I'm getting feedback from many of our teachers that they are absolutely stretched to the max. And from what I understand, you may have heard from some of them tonight, or you may still hear from some. Some of them stretch so far that they're like a rubber band ready to snap. I have shared with some of you the sense of panic that I am hearing and seeing from them, increasing in correlation to the increase in the number of COVID Delta variant cases rising around us. Rather than going into any of that detail, again, I'll leave that up to those teachers who would like to share their personal stories with you. I did hear the very end of Ms. Mendoza talking about the time in the transitional kinder and kinder classrooms that we commonly refer to as our give and get time. And I know that there's been a lot of concern that I've heard from those teachers, but I hope that I'm not being premature, but I did sign the MOU this afternoon that was agreed to between the district and area to make that a choice at the schools, that those teachers who do not want to do the give and get have an option of providing that same lower ratio to their own students rather than having to mix classrooms and switch cohorts. So that's great news that I know is probably giving a sense of relief to many of those teachers that might be listening right now. And I appreciate that fast work that we did with the district bargaining team. I literally sent it night before last, and it was sent back today and signed, and I sent it back to them. I mean, it was like in the midst of everything else going on. So thank you for that. I understand that there are different safety mandates and guidelines coming out daily from all levels of our government, making it difficult to set a goal when there's a moving target. My hope is that Alum Rock chooses to err on the side of caution and take the safest approach to protect our students and community. That may not always be the most popular position, but I do believe it's the wisest for everyone. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome the 35 plus new teachers to Alum Rock. We had a Zoom meeting and we're part of the new teacher orientation yesterday. So I had many of the members of our exec board had the opportunity to touch base with those new teachers. And I want to make a pledge to them again, if they're listening, that Area's commitment is to have your backs this year. And please don't hesitate to reach out to your colleagues for support and guidance. Also realize that we are all arriving on this same boat for this school year. It's not the typical start. It's not the start of a typical new school year. So don't feel like you're alone, because we all feel like there's many new things that are happening, and we are all in this together. And if any of those new teachers or any of our current members that aren't new need help, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or any other member of Area. I'm going to use the words of Trustee Pham at the end of what you said at the celebration earlier, and that's like, ready or not, here we come. So thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you for being here. Now we're going to go on to Alum Rock Administrators Association. Do we have anybody here from ARAA?
Yes, Madam President. We have Dr. Montes.
Welcome.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Bauer, and community members. I want to take a moment to join in the celebration of ARUSD's 90th anniversary. It was a privilege and honor to attend today's event and celebrate this moment in time to honor the ARUSD community, past and present, for the long historical legacy of our district, which we are fortunate to bear witness to. Our ARAA members are diligently and collaboratively working to prepare for the start of the school year and have been doing so throughout the summer. Schools have held community orientation meetings for our families in preparation for the start of the year. Additionally, we have worked to secure backpacks and supplies to provide the students and families we serve. To highlight a few of our sites at Renaissance and at my site, San Antonio, we've facilitated a voluntary and well-attended professional shared learning opportunity for our school teams through With Seeds, restorative practices, which was well attended. Our members are energized to launch the year in community and to move forward together. So thank you, Board President and trustees.
Thank you, Dr. Ivan Montes. Now we'll go ahead and turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Bauer.
Thank you, Madam President. Today was a very emotional day for me in so many levels, celebrating 90 years of Alum Rock, 8 of them as a superintendent and 11 of them as a staff member. It has been a privilege of mine to serve this community. It's a beautiful community and it is certainly the heart of San Jose. At the same time, my heart goes out to the family of the Gutierrez family who just lost one of our students. And my heart goes out to the family of Renaissance at Fisher who lost one of their students. It's a very difficult moment for any of us educators to learn the loss of a child. It's a lot more difficult to learn the loss of a child to violence. So my prayers goes out to the family, to everybody in Renaissance at Matson. We are here to support you. Staff, please don't hesitate to reach out. I also want to share my deepest condolences to Sharon Fontaine, who is the president of CSEA, on the loss of her husband. This was unexpected. Our heart goes out to her. She's an amazing partner. Sharon, we love you. And if you're a CSEA member, please convey these words, these humble words to her. I've been checking with her. We miss you, we love you, and we want to see you back soon. We're very, very sorry for your loss. Thank you, Alum Rock. Here we go, ready or not. But let me tell you, we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Now we'll go ahead and turn it over to the board trustees. I'll go ahead and call your name as I see you on my screen, and feel free to give us a report or say pass. We'll start with trustee Min-Pham.
All righty, thank you, Madam President. First of all, I too would like to express first my deepest sympathies to young Mr. Gutierrez. It's always very hard to have children pass, a life with, future ahead of them cut short. I express my deepest condolences also to his family. Secondly, I'd like to also express my condolences to Sharon Fontaine, the president of the Alum Rock chapter of CSEA, on the loss of her husband. Those are some of those deep wounds that will take time to heal. You have my most sincere sympathy and my deepest condolences. You know, today was a great day. We had though it was intimate, we were able to have a great celebration, great delayed celebration of the 90th anniversary of Alum Rock. It's been almost a quarter of a century or 20 years since I last stepped foot on Pala, and you know, I am gratified to see so many members of our community, our elected officials, Supervisor Chavez, Supervisor Alvarado, representatives from Assemblyman Manoj Culver and State Senator Dave Cortese, council members Carrasco, Arenas, and Esparza for being part of the recognition of a truly original East San Jose institution, one that has served its children and families through good times and tough times. I certainly hope that, you know, as we get into a position again of moving forward and building upward, we look to the next 90 years and we continue, you know, to be here, to be the provider of public K-8 education in the Alum Rock region of San Jose. I'd also like to thank, well, all my board colleagues, Dr. Bauer, the administrative staff, as well as the, you know, employees of Alum Rock, Maribel Carrillo, Barbara Campbell, Patricia Tovar, who helped me, you know, bring the, you know, originally I was set on just a simple bell ringing, and this commemoration is sort of like the A+ with extra credit. So thank you so much. Well, last but not least, I did want to make known that next 1 week from today at 6 p.m., the city will have a public hearing about its draft proposal on the disposal of a surplus school property. And I will be attending as well, you know, and I hope my colleagues will, but I also encourage all members of the Alum Rock community to come there and make your voice known, because what the city is doing will negatively impact the future of this school district. And if we're to be here for another 90 years, providing the road to opportunity for so many, for the children of Alum Rock and East San Jose, let the city know that you know, you are opposed to the city's proposal on the disposal of surplus school property, and let your members of the city council and the mayor know that, you know, this is wrong for the people of Alum Rock, and it's wrong for the people of East San Jose. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Min. Now, welcome, Ernesto. I know you've been here for a while. Thank you for taking care of our community in the ways you do, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to you at this time.
Okay, thank you, Madam President, and for those words. And I'll just say, you know, most of us that are on this, or all of us that are on this board and staff, and you know, everything that we do here with the district, we do because we have an interest in the future of our children here in this community. And you know, some of us are also lucky enough to do that similar kind of work during the day, and sometimes that work takes us, you know, in different directions. And so unfortunately, I was unable to attend the event this afternoon. I very regrettably, you know, had to take care of some business and finish that. And so I missed it, but it sounds like it was a wonderful event. And although I wasn't there, I want to thank all of the attendees for going, because it is truly momentous, and Trustee Pham for kind of bringing it to the forefront and pushing it and making this, you know, helping to make this happen. And so I want to just thank everyone for that and apologize for my late arrival here. I also want to say that, as Dr. Bauer mentioned, it's been a difficult day for me on a number of fronts. And I can't say anything more than what has already been expressed with regards to sending condolences to the individuals that have already been mentioned. But one thing that I always hold on to that maybe was spoken to at today's event is just this community, in spite of everything that we're bombarded with all the time, historically, we have the grit, we have the fortitude, whatever you want to call it, we have what it takes to not only survive these things, but to get stronger. And I know that's no solace to someone who's going through something at this time, but I just hope that they know that this community is supporting them, is around them, and that's what we do here in East San Jose and in Alum Rock. And finally, I also want to reiterate what Trustee Pham said about the upcoming meeting with the city. I think, go back to the community and the strength of this community. Obviously, here at our board meetings, we have different groups of parents, different individuals who are always very interested in advocacy for whether it's their particular student or the district as a whole or certain topics. And I think that for some of those individuals or some of those groups, this may be a wonderful opportunity to direct some of those abilities that they very clearly have to organize, to bring people together, to advocate, and really bring that perspective to the city. Because we've talked about it already as board members and as district staff. We've had discussions between meetings, and we try to do what we can, but really there's a place for that. But the voice of a community, the voice of parents and families is really heard, whether it's at the district level or the city level. So I would encourage, if anyone has that interest, to really direct some of what they've proven to be so effective at here at the district to this particular topic. So thank you everyone for allowing me to kind of settle in and get my feet under me for tonight's meeting. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bejarano. And now I'll call on Trustee Chavez.
Can you hear me? My condolences to each and every family member and parent, brother and sister and friend who lost a loved one recently. I just want to thank all the teachers for their efforts and thank you for speaking up what you feel in your heart. And also I want to thank everybody because it's an honor to be here. And I want to thank Dr. Bauer for putting together and bringing up that it was the 90th anniversary. And I'm glad to see everything that was in the district office. I think sometimes we learn a lot from history as well as the resilience that has been here all along and everybody working together, not always agreeing, but always working together and making sure that the students are taken care of. I thank each and every one of you for doing that and putting your efforts, all the staff, all these years, and everybody in the administration, the teachers, all the union people, they're fantastic. All these kids that we're serving, they're worth it. And to see that this educational foundation was put up 90 years ago, it's like very noteworthy. But to found a school in which to instruct, improve, and develop all that is best in the souls to gain the education, wisdom, and discernment that they need to reach the fullness of life God intends for each of them. The Alum Rock Union School District represents so much more than just a building. This district will forever be in these kids' lives and hearts as well as ours. And it is a place where the children may realize the blessings of an education and learn how to make for themselves all around them the best that they can of their world. and the want and the spirit to rise above. And all these kids are all smart. They can all do it. And thank you all the people who have been working these past 90 years to do that in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chavez. Board Vice President Quintero.
Madam President, it was a momentous occasion and very, very happy to have been able to be part of it. I want to thank Board Member Min Pham for having the foresight to go out there and revisit this 90th anniversary. We felt as if COVID stole it from us. Thank you for helping recover. As has been mentioned, it's a very, very sad day in Alum Rock, and I want to express my condolences to the Gutierrez family for their loss. And it's just, there's no words. Looking at the age and the 1 year difference between one of my children and the child that was lost, it makes it very personal. It's very sad and tragic. With that said, I want to wish all the students who started at Eastside Union, my daughter started this week, as a very, very successful year, and very, very excited for what the future holds for them. And also want to wish the best to all of our Alum Rock students who start off on the 17th. So very, very exciting time. I want to, while we were talking about the 90th anniversary in the history of Alum Rock, it's important to note that our district was in place well before a very, very controversial topic that has arisen in the community, and that is Reed Hillview Airport. We as a district took action in November of 2020 to ask for the closure of that district, and I appreciate all of my colleagues who supported that. I know that there were some members of this, one member of this board who did not support it. They have their reasons, but history will be on our side when we go ahead and we take a look at the results of the lead study that demonstrates that our children are being poisoned, especially those of us who live adjacent to the airport, day in, day out, at a rate that's even higher than the lead poisoning that had been in the children of Flint, Michigan at the highest level. And so that's very, very serious. It needs to be dealt with immediately. We cannot take platitudes and pats on the back and one day we will deal with it. No, the damage is being done day in, day out to our kids. It needs to be dealt with immediately. And there's an opportunity for the public. I'm gonna take this opportunity to notify the public that on August 17th, that lead study will be presented to the Board of Supervisors, and there will be an opportunity for the people of East San Jose to rise up and speak to the members of the Board of Supervisors and let them know how you feel. Back to the history, this district was formed in 1930, well before that airport was established. The schools around the area were already in place before the airport was fully expanded to what it is today. Do not be fooled. People continue to tell the story that the airport was already there forever and ever and ever. The airport was not what it is today. It was a very, very small private airport that was expanded against the wishes of the education leaders of East San Jose, against the very explicit wishes of the education leaders of East San Jose, who foretold in San Jose News that that airport would kill kids. And so, lo and behold, I'm not sure if they were talking about the lead study. They were probably thinking that planes were going to be falling, as they have. They've fallen onto our campuses, onto our parks. So that's another danger. And so August 17th in the afternoon, approximately 6 p.m., you will be able to go ahead and speak your piece to the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, hear about the lead study that took place and that has been published and that you can read yourself. You have some time, peruse through the 131-page report that lays out the dangers and the damage that those planes are having on the health and safety of our children day in, day out. So Meyer Elementary School was there before the airport was expanded. Hubbard, Fisher, All of these were, except for Meyer, all were built in the 50s, well before the expansion of the airport had already taken place. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Quintero. Let me bring my audio up here. Okay, and at this time I will, oh, I hear an echo. You can bear with us. We're transitioning to come back to our boardroom, so we're doing our best here. Please provide feedback if you hear an echo, as I think Ms. Lavodi did earlier. We appreciate that. So
Sounds
in
okay.
regards to, I just want to reiterate, can't mention enough the heartbreak that we feel of losing any one of our members. Our young man, especially looking forward, to starting a new school year, and all the dreams that he had along with his family. And with that, I call on the rest of us, to take advantage of the time that we have here on earth, as parents, as teachers, as administrators, whatever it is our role, as students, as we start this new school year on behalf of his life, and how we can, positively impact, whether it's our child, our home, our school, our classroom, our community, with this opportunity that we have to just take another breath here on earth. And with that, thank you, Trustee Pham, Trustee Bejarano, Vice President Quintero, for reminding us about those opportunities to show up on behalf of our community. I know we have a lot of, all of us, right? We have Alum Rock near and dear to our hearts. This is our home. This is where we chose to raise our children. And, the many other reasons that you all live here and teach here at Alum Rock. And so those opportunities to speak up, as Vice President Quintero mentioned, August 17th at the County Board Supervisor, and then Trustee Pham at August 19th at this at the City of San Jose Council meeting or city meeting on behalf of our children, because one, affects our health, any human being, but especially our children who are being poisoned by lead. So speaking up on behalf of our children and future generations, and then also speaking up on behalf of our district, of the space that we have for our children to learn, to play, to grow in, to thrive in. So ensuring that, we all show up and we all speak up. And with that also, just keeping in mind that we are, as I think Jocelyn mentioned, on the eve of some teachers coming to their classrooms, setting up, starting to think of their curriculum and how to teach it, which should be very exciting times. I can only imagine as a teacher. And then also our children, setting up their uniforms, getting their backpacks together, their folders, whatever it is that excitement of first day of school, I think, and I take myself back of what that's like. But I also can't help to, highlight that it is a very, very, very tough time for us all in one way, shape, or form. And we can't continue to go by without, acknowledging that. And I think Jocelyn did a good job of, and speaking to the teachers. It's hard, it's tough. And thank you, Jocelyn and all the other leaders available to, listen, to be sounding board, to release. But also let's not forget our little ones, and the things they're going through, excited, but yet scared. And then they hear these adults, speaking around them and like, whoa, should I be scared? And I can only imagine. And so, being mindful, thoughtful as we speak, as we move forward around them, as we have these classrooms. I know it's not going to be easy. I know it's not easy. I know in my job, it's not easy. There's some of us that are willing to go back to the office, and there's some of us that are really upset about it. And everybody has, their a good point. And so, let's just be extra gentle with one another, and, take an extra ear to listen to one another, and really, just have compassion and move forward in the best direction for us all. And And then with that, I'm going to also use this opportunity to remind everyone that getting vaccinated and wearing our mask wherever we are away from home are still the two safest ways to protect ourselves. We all have our own thoughts, opinions on that, and that's fine, respectful of all that. But I just want to remind, our community that that those two are the ways that are going to continue to keep our community safe and ourselves safe. So get tested if you have any symptoms, don't think it's just something that will go by. We want to ensure that, we all are safe. Your children, if they have symptoms, test them, take care of them. Everybody's health comes first. And know that as the board president here, in my conversations and the questions as we move forward, as a mother of a 12-year-old also going into 7th grade here in our district, I'm also asking some of those questions and ensuring that we're doing what we can to make sure that when we open up next week on the 17th, that it's safe, that it's a space where all children are welcomed. And as hard as it might be for, some or others, and even as a parent, that we feel good about this year, and that 21, 22 is that year that, really brought us back, like, strong trees with strong roots, with all the resiliencies that we carry, with all the things we've gone through, the hard times, the good times, and that we push through, and that we have new green leaves grow off of our branches, that, that compassion, that nourishment, the teaching, the learning, will be like water for our trees. And I look forward to celebrating, once we move past this difficult time. So I look forward to continuing to be here during the school year and to go through this ride with you all. Thank you. All right, now we'll move on to item 401. And I'll turn it over to Superintendent Bauer.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just a very brief presentation about Parent Square. We aim to communicate with our parents in using multiple tools. We have heard very loud and clear that we need to use different kinds of ways to reach out to parents, and we honor that. But well, while I was talking to the staff, especially our IT staff that is really committed, unlike many other techies in our county, we are very blessed with an amazing team who really wants to work with parents and make sure that parents get the information that they need. So that's what we're going to present to you today. And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent of Business, Colvera Cheng, just to give you a summary of what you will hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer, and good evening, Madam Board President, members of the board, and the Alum Rock community. At this time, I want to introduce Mr. Daniel Pena, who, along with Jose Chavez, has been leading the IT department during this transition. But Daniel tonight will be providing a brief overview of some of the features and important data in Parent Square. So with that, I'll turn it over to Daniel.
All right. Good evening, Board President Herrera Loera, trustees, and Superintendent Bauer. So Parent Square is our parent engagement tool. It's the tool that we use to communicate to our community, to our parents, to our students, and actually to our staff as well. One thing that I do want to make a note, the 89 students and families that currently is not accurate. Our database has not refreshed, but from this screen in general, we're able to see the percentage of the families that we're reaching. Currently, the district stands at 98%. And it also tells us how many families we're actually not able to reach. And this is a great tool that lets us physically see the reason why, whether it may be a student that doesn't have an actual number assigned to them, home phone number, a parent that doesn't have a cell phone number, or we have no way of communicating. as not everybody does have a cell phone, and not everybody may not have an actual home phone. Further, we can see and we can separate by school site, what percentage are we reaching out to our families? And we can just simply scroll down and just see broken down by school site, the green little box is the percentage that school is able to reach out to the families. The numbers in red are actual posts that particular school site has actually made so that the parents are able to read that announcement, receive that email, or receive that text message, sending them a link with the information that is needed for them. Another place that we can use looking deeper into Parent Square is our dashboard. One misconception is that, I don't receive the messages, I don't have the app. The Parent Square does not work on the needs of a family downloading the actual app itself. The way Parent Square communicates is if we're providing an email address, if we're providing a cell phone number, or if the parent wishes to download the app, those are the different ways that it's going to communicate with them. The purpose of the app is that it allows the family to do two-way communication, very similar to social media, where somebody puts a post and they put a little heart. That means that they liked our post. And so this particular dashboard breaks it down as I scroll down through the data, but it also lets the parent choose the method of whether they wish to receive messages in English or messages in Spanish, as well as to decide how they wish to receive the message. In your screen, you're seeing, hey, how the messages are physically broken down. Via email, 50% chose to receive their method of receiving messages through email. 45% are receiving their messages via text, while 34% are actually using the app for two-way engagement. So here, that's how the actual information is broken down on how we're actually reaching the families. It also tells us, the different features that we're using and how it's broken down, whether we're using things for signups, whether it's going to be parent-teacher meetings, whether it's a post where they need volunteer work, whether it's a permission slip, they're sharing photos. So currently we're using 9 out of the 14 different applications just at the beginning of the school year. Also, it tells us the interaction, how many actually community members are actually interacting with us. Two-way communication, as the application allows for that. A parent could start a conversation with a teacher through the actual app if they chose that method of communication. The distribution, how many posts has the district actually made, as well as how many posts just currently this month of August have the total school sites and the volume, spread out by the school sites. How many staff members have actually posted something to the class or to group? And it also tells us who are our busy bees. Judging by this, Miss Gloria Hayes Perkins at one of our elementary schools, she's been a busy bee, just relaying content and information out to our community. And so other ways that we've used this is during back at the end of the school year, we were using the online health form to have our parents actually fill out the health form before they were actually dropping off their child at school, so that we could see, hey, there would be an alert that would be sent out if anything on that health form was selected as a yes. I unfortunately I'm not able to show that just because it discloses some student information and we don't want to violate any laws. but that is Parent Square in a brief summary.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very helpful information. I don't know, Mr. Chang, if there's anything you want to add, or Dr. Bauer before we move forward.
Very briefly, I just wanted to thank Mr. Peña for his presentation. This was something that was very reassuring, that in terms of connecting with families, we are able to reach, we are able to know who we didn't reach so that we can try other ways. Thank you so much for that hard work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. At this time, what I'll do is we'll go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back. Well, I guess it's only for information only. I'll open it up to the trustees for any questions, comments on this presentation. And then just reminding those that are here, I know it's kind of hard to, do the mute, unmute, turn it down. But if you're not speaking, if you can mute it and mute yourself and turn it down if you're here in the boardroom. Thank you. Anyone? Okay, I see Trustee Bejarano, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a couple questions, but I wonder if there's any public comment, just maybe to add to or inform my questions, or if not, I could just ask mine now, however you want to do it, Madam President.
So
You
you're
can take public
saying,
comment on every item,
please,
regardless if it's, oh.
okay.
You ask the trustees first.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. So Trustee Bejarano, you're saying you would like to hear public comment before asking or your comments?
I would like to. I have some on my own if you want to go that way, but I might hear something from the public that I might also want to, or any of you, to
Okay.
include in your questions.
So we'll go ahead and do public comment first, and then we'll start off with you, depending on what you hear then.
Thank you, Madam President.
Sure. Jose, if you can help us, any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have one speaker. Our first speaker is Ms. Sandra Rivera. Ms. Sandra Rivera, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening. I just wanted to say thank you for Parent Square. This will be my 16th, almost 17th year in the district. I have looked for a communication skill tool like this. And can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Rivera.
Okay, sorry. I have looked for a tool that we can use like this to communicate with parents. And I know we have had some in the past that were very cumbersome, very hard to use, very not user-friendly for both us and for the parents. And I can say that I am not a very technologically savvy person, and I have come to really depend and rely on Parent Square, whether it be to send Yay Friday notices, your child completed all their work this week, give them a pat on the back, or if I need to get in touch with a parent. I love the fact that the messages go out in both English and Spanish, and I believe also Vietnamese. Daniel can correct me if I'm wrong, but it allows for, I don't want to say a more intimate form of communication, but one that's not just the school district telephone number popping up on the parent's cell phone all the time. And so thank you for having this app. Thank you for allowing us to continue using it. And I hope that we can go forward and continue to use this program, because the longer and more continuity we have, the easier it is for us and for the parents as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Rivera. Madam President, at this time, we have no more speakers.
Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Trustee Bejarano. You're muted, trustee Bejarano.
Thank you once again for walking us through the dashboard and the app, and it's really informative. And my questions, I guess, couple questions. Number one, so I see on the dashboard that there's the term deliverability is used, and so it looks like that means that is the amount or the percentage or whatever of messages that were actually delivered end to end. And I saw on one of the second pages that you looked at, or second or third, it looked like it also shows like a little red section for maybe emails that bounce back or texts that don't go through or something like that. So it looks to me, and I guess I'm looking for clarification on this for this question. It looks to me like we're able to see the amount of messages that are going out, and then the percentage that are maybe not reaching the families. And it looks like they're in the high 90% that the parent or the individual receives that message, with a small percentage maybe bouncing back. Is that kind of accurate from what we saw in the presentation?
Yes, let me go ahead and share our dashboard. So the dashboard, anything that's in the light pink, that is messages that failed. And this could be anything from when the parent first signed up, that was their cell phone number, and for whatever reason, they had to disconnect it. For the email, it could be anything that their account was disabled, or the email address is no longer working, or they actually declined to receive the emails. And so with everything, there is always the portion of, working with our school sites, working with our community liaisons to make sure that our system is as most up to date as possible, so that we can continue to eliminate and get the highest percentage as possible.
And of those, thank you for that answer. Of those pink sections, does it also allow us to, it sounds like it does, individually identify what number or email those came from, and we can tie it to a student?
Absolutely. What I can't do is I can't, because it's going to disclose information. I don't want to click on it, but yes, that's exactly what it physically does. It tells us exactly who is the student, who's the parent, and where the mistake is made.
Okay, so then in that, thank you again for that answer too. So I appreciate what Dr. Bauer said about, we hear oftentimes that, for whatever reason, parents are not receiving communication. We hear that in the comments that we get. And so it's good to see that we have a platform and hear from at least one member of our public, our staff, that it seems to work for them. And it's good to see this, at least we know that the parent or the individual in the large majority of cases is receiving that, whether or not they see it or remember it. Everybody's so busy, maybe it doesn't land with them, but we know that it's getting there. And we also know who it's not getting to, and we can address that individually. So I think this is very helpful. I had one other comment, but the only other thing I'll say is I wonder if this seems like the kind of application that we might be able to produce reports. And I'm wondering if maybe the board members, if it's possible to receive, I don't know if it's quarterly or yearly or just once, based on the information that you shared, a report, just so we can take a little bit more time to look at, the numbers and just analyze it a little more. But overall, I think it's good. I think it's, what we need, especially in these times when instant communication is so important with all the changes that are happening. And it's excellent that we can identify those that are not getting them and work with liaisons and everyone else to get there. So I'll leave that request for possibly a report that we can dig a little deeper in, maybe as a board. And thank you again for the information.
Thank you, Trustee Bejarano. And I do see Jose, I don't know if you have something in response to him. I also see Trustee Chavez with your hand. Jose, I don't know.
Yes, Madam President. One thing I wanted to add in regards to what Ms. Rivera mentioned in the communication, the app also allows for the parent to set it in their native language, and the app will automatically translate the messages back and forth. And so if I write something in Spanish, the app will translate it to the teacher in English, and it'll do that back and forth. Thank you.
Nice, thank you for that information. Trustee Chavez?
My question is kind of along what Bejarano's questions were, but once you tie it to the student and to the parent and to the teacher, what does the district do to reach that? I think it was 3% that you don't get the response from. Like, how do you follow up once you haven't reached them? You follow up with like, I don't know if in their application, if the information of siblings or other relations like friends or cousins, if you could reach them in that manner, is there that extra information there when they do give their information? Other ways to reach them if you can't reach them through their cells or through their emails? Do they ever put other contact information is what I'm asking, I guess.
Superintendent or anybody that can answer?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to answer the question. The answer is yes, and that is precisely why our community liaisons are such a key team member for our schools, because they are the ones that follow up with those families with a home visit. Usually during the pandemic, I want to honor and praise a number of our community liaisons, principals. Some teachers do that. We also have the school link services coordinators who, because we're able to know which phone numbers are no longer, current, and those messages that are bounced back, we're able to reach to those families. There are some very hard to reach families, and we have had a number of stories as the pandemic evolved that was our connection with the parents, especially some of the parents who were homeless, and that's how they were able to communicate with our district in a constant way. It was the lifeline. We had the story of a single mom with first graders who ended up in Hayward in a hotel, and our ability to communicate with her through Parent Square and connecting with her through the phone, we were able to provide her the services that she needed over there in Hayward when they were connecting for their school in Alum Rock. And so countless stories about that. And I think that was why I wanted to highlight tonight this amazing tool, because a lot of times, we just kind of get into other things and we forget about communication. And this is something that we are very focused as this year begins to make sure that we're connecting with every single family. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chavez?
One last thing. Does the district also ask for the work numbers if they can't provide cells? I remember in the past, there was a lot of neighbors that they worked in the same shopping center as us, and we would go and interpret and also receive their calls because we knew that they didn't have cell numbers and they didn't have a home phone number, and it was easier for them that worked in the same mall as us, for them to just, we'd say, hey, tell so-and-so to come over here, and the school's calling, and we'd interpret for them. But, this is just people helping other people. And sometimes as a community, you want to do that to help the students, you know what I mean? But do they also ask for work numbers? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I had similar questions, so thank you all for asking your questions. Very excited to see most of our parents signed up. I just want to reiterate, 99% is exciting. And hearing the teachers also express themselves about, how it's helped them do what they do a little better, something less to be frustrated about, right? And it's a good tool to use to communicate with your families And, of course, it's very small, but it's kind of like, when you see that hole, right, in something, very small hole out of the big picture. But still, my questions, and I did ask Dr. Bauer in our one-on-one, was regarding how we are connecting with those that are not connected. And now that I'm understanding it even better, thank you for that explanation. Now that I know that we have that piece of the parents that are not connected yet as one item. So thank you, community liaisons and staff who are, working hard and diligently to connect our families, but then also the emails and texts that are connected and are not working, that we can identify those and ensure that, we connect those parents in one way, shape, or form. One of my friends actually this morning was like, I missed the message about the school. I got a new phone and I'm trying to connect and haven't been able to connect. So I know the impact, when a family misses that, welcoming event or those things. So we get to ensure hopefully we can get 100%. And then even thank you, Trustee Chavez, for bringing up those ideas, right, of how we can maybe use a community phone or, what those options are that might look a little different than, when I was younger, where, there was one phone number and you call that number, but now with, internet and things like that, what that might look like nowadays. So excited to just make it better. Yes, something that's working great. And how do we make it even better? I do see Trustee Pham's hand up. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you if you thought of something that maybe didn't come up before.
No, I just wanted to express my appreciation to our information technology services for pushing the boundaries here. This is, besides Board President mentioning the phone, it used to be a hard paper notice in the mail. So this is very good. I know that this took a lot of effort, and so I wanted to express my appreciation to everyone who was a part of implementing this.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. All right, seeing no other hands, and I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry, working on my audio here. I don't see any other hands, so we'll go ahead and move on to item 402. Superintendent, I'm going to turn it back over to you at this time.
Thank you, Madam President. And I know Mr. Sanchez is eager to provide a lot of information. I know that I heard my teachers, our teachers, and I understand the hesitation. It's hard to, anything that we don't know is difficult. I just want to reassure everybody that 95% of what we are going to present tonight has been the safety safeguards that you were presented when we reopened the schools in April and we worked together. I do appreciate Jocelyn's comment to the fact to keep a pretty stringent safeguards. Remember, the county has only given schools really very, very little guidelines in terms of requirements. Wear your mask indoors. That's it. And all of the other kinds of safeguards were removed because the best way to stop the pandemic and stop the contagion is through vaccination. So I encourage everybody who's able to get a vaccine, please do so. But we decided to keep some of those tools to ensure a safer return to school. So Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Chang, I'm going to turn it over to you. And I just wanted to make sure that our audience, especially our teachers and our parents, know that we kept the majority of those safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Board President Herrera Loera, members of the board, our community. We did want to give you a brief overview of the tremendous amount of work that has gone into the reopening of our schools. You will be receiving a lot of these documents in the next 24 hours. We've been working diligently, updating information as it's changed and evolved. A lot of you heard the announcement from the governor just yesterday in terms of vaccines. So all of those things have been evolving and changing. And so we did want to make sure that we gave you the most accurate information possible. So today, Ms. Campbell is going to be sharing the presentation with you. And Mr. Covero Chang, his department, his division has a lot to do with keeping our schools safe for students and staff. The curriculum department has done a tremendous amount of work ensuring that we have all the different tools and resources available to teachers as well as students to make sure that not only are we providing the instruction that they need on a daily basis, but we're also bridging those learning gaps, right? And we're also addressing the social emotional learning needs of students. You will also hear from Director Garcia around all the different interventions that we put together and all the different resources that will be made available to our families. So I hope this is helpful for the community, but I can assure you it's been nonstop for our team here. And I want to commend everyone, right, in all of our departments, because it has been nonstop in getting our schools ready and getting our teams ready for the reopening. So just wanted to open up with that. Next slide, please. So this is the overview of what we will be sharing with you today. And the three big buckets are around safety protocols, our instructional program, and then the additional supports that you will see and you will hear about at the various schools and throughout our district. And I will remind everyone that the big day is Tuesday, August 17th. We're very excited. Our principals have been working diligently day and night, making sure that the classrooms are ready. I know that Superintendent Bauer, Mr. Chang, and many staff members have been going around to the schools to ensure that they're ready to go. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Chang to share with you some of those big pieces that we've done with regards to safety protocols.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. And as he has alluded earlier, I'll be covering the safety protocol section of this presentation. Next slide, please. So first and foremost, Alum Rock is following all guidelines from the CDC, CDPH, as well as the county protocol. And these are some of the safety measures that districts has implemented. Safety signage is posted on all campuses. Water fountains will remain closed. Students will be provided with a reusable water bottle and or water filling stations will be available to refill water bottles on campus. Students will be reminded to wash hands frequently, especially when transitioning from one activity to another. All of our front office are open and ready to support and assist the community and parents. Screen guards have been set up in the front office, and PPEs will be made available to anyone who needs them. Lastly, non-essential visitors will not be allowed on campus at this time. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Just some minor technical difficulties. Thank you for being patient.
Next slide, please. Thank you. The districts will also require all students and staff to wear masks while indoors. Physical barriers such as these guards will be continued to be used in offices and classrooms. There will be a 2 to 3 feet of physical distancing in classrooms where possible. And per the CDPH guidance, in-person instructions can occur safely with minimal physical distancing requirement when other mitigation strategy such as masking are implemented. Individual instructional materials will be provided for students to limit sharing, and masks are highly recommended outdoor except when eating. Next slide, please. In terms of sanitizing, classrooms and offices will be disinfected nightly with our fogging machines. Classrooms have touchless hand sanitizing station in all of them, and commonly touched areas will be sanitized frequently during the school day. In terms of ventilations, all classrooms and offices are equipped with air purifiers. Air filters have been upgraded to MERV 13s where compatible, and the filters itself will be changed every 3 months. In addition to that, doors and windows can be opened to maximize air movement without harming the AC units. Next slide. With respect to the bathrooms, bathrooms will have high touch areas sanitized every 2 to 3 hours. Soap or hand sanitizers will be available. Number of students entering at one time will be limited, and bathrooms will be disinfected and fogged each night. With regards to preventions, and this is where we will need parent support, health checks will be done at home by parents, and students who are sick will need to stay home. Isolation room will be used if someone does become ill while on campus, and contact tracing will occur in collaboration with the Santa Clara County Public Health. Next slide. Regarding transportation, everyone will wear masks and use hand sanitizers as they enter the bus. Buses will be sanitized after each use. Drivers and students will be separated by 1 row. Family members will not be allowed on the bus at this time. And students will be seated from the back to the front. Next slide, please. With vaccination and testings, vaccination is currently the leading public health prevention strategy to end the COVID-19 pandemic. School employees have been eligible since February, and all are encouraged to get vaccinated. We are also working with our labor partners to reach agreements to have all unvaccinated employees COVID tested on an ongoing basis as required. And we are also looking into the ability for regular students COVID testing with parents' permission. Next slide, please. Regarding the meal programs, breakfast, lunch, and suppers will be offered at no cost to all students during designated meal service times. To ensure a safe meal service environment, the following procedures have been established. Meals will be offered and served in the classrooms at selected sites where they're doing it right now, and from the cafeteria meal service line. All food items provided are individually wrapped, cupped, or bagged to ensure minimal exposure to potential contaminants. Students will have access to hand washing sink and/or hand sanitizers dispensers to be used before meal service. Seating will be available inside the cafeteria and/or outside, and students will remain 3 feet distance when eating. With regards to independent study and community meal distribution, free meals will be offered to independent study students and children 18 and younger at 3 of our curbside grab and go meal locations. The hours are from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And the 3 locations are Renaissance Academy at Fishers, Renaissance Academy at Matson, and lastly, Shepherd. Next slide, please. And at this time, I'd like to pass it on to Ms. Barbara Campbell, who will be presenting the instructional program.
Good evening. I will be sharing a little bit about our academic program and what pieces we have in place for the return to in-person instruction. So our academic program, we will begin with in-person instruction for all students. Bell schedules for start and end times are being distributed by sites and posted on the site web pages. We will continue the traditional 4-1 schedule where Thursday is a shortened instructional day. Teachers will continue to use the online platforms, Seesaw, Google Classroom, to continue and maintain communication along with Parent Square. Instruction will include whole class and, when appropriate, small group instruction. A combination of online and instructional platforms will be used to support student learning, and all subjects will be taught using the district adopted core curriculum. And all of these include some digital components, along with hard copies and textbooks. This kind of gives you an idea of what's our core curriculum, what are ed tech supports that we are providing and continue to provide as a carryover, and some of our online platforms for engagement, digital citizenship, and also assessments. The top part talks about what are our core curriculum pieces that are providing for math, ELA, social studies, and science. Then we have a variety of programs like Seesaw, Levered Learning, Nearpod, RAS, Science A to Z that are being provided to support additional instructional pieces in the classroom. We have 3 online assessment pieces, and actually there's one more missing, which is iStation, which is for our dual language schools, which is English, Spanish. And then for engagement, again, Google Classroom and Seesaw. And then we also have Nearpod, which has a variety of modules that support digital citizenship. We have modules to support social emotional learning. We have modules to support English language development, but also modules to support college and career exploration and readiness. As you all are aware, AB 130 was passed this summer, and Alum Rock will be offering independent study option for our students whose health would be at risk by in-person instruction as determined by the parent. The independent study teachers will be using our district adopted Common Core standards aligned curriculum. Parents who are interested will be signing agreements to have their children participate in independent study. And just to give you an idea, students in grade TK3 will be receiving daily synchronous instruction, which will include live interaction to support students' social emotional learning. And then students in grade 4 through 8, again, will be receiving weekly or daily synchronous instruction along with daily interaction to support their social emotional learning and connectiveness. Our music programs have had to do some adjusting, and we are, as you can see along the bottom, is we're waiting for more guidance from the California Department of Public Health around instrumental music, but singing and playing wind instruments will occur with PPE outdoors only. Masks are being designed for choir and band and covers for instruments. Our band, mariachi, and choir rehearsals will occur socially distanced outdoors. And if weather does not allow for outdoor rehearsals, teachers will plan alternate classroom activities. And our 4th and 5th grade classes usually get a general music prep class, and that will continue, but without singing or playing wind instruments. Physical education will resume as normal with additional safety precautions. So masks are going to need to be worn during PE when not social distancing. So during close contact activities while lining up, entering and exiting locker rooms in the middle schools, again, they will be needing to be masks. Masks will be worn inside the locker room while children are changing for PE. And as Mr. Chang had mentioned, locker rooms will be disinfected with fogging machines daily. Hand washing will occur before and after class, and then equipment will be sanitized between groups of students. Our special ed services are going to, again, we will provide services based on the student's current IEP for in-person instruction at their assigned sites. Special classroom sizes permit social distancing. Related services will be offered via pull-out or push-in a small group as indicated in their IEPs, and all district-wide safety procedures will be implemented in those classrooms. Any request for independent study by a parent who has a child in special ed, it will be handled through the IEP process to consider the change of placement, because it would be a change of placement. And services for independent study for our special ed will also be a combination of synchronous and asynchronous instruction. And I'm now going to hand off to Mrs. Sandra Garcia, who will be talking about support services that we're providing for our students.
Good evening, everyone. I am going to go over some of the support services that we have planned for this school year. Next slide, please. First, I'm going to share some information on the social emotional learning support and support that we will be providing this year through our SEL department. We will continue to support SEL implementation at all school sites with such programs as Kamochis, restorative practices, and Second Step. Our SEL department is coordinating professional development for all staff, site staff, in trauma-informed practices, as well as providing professional development for elementary and middle school counselors. We will be providing counselor services across schools via our school counselors, and we have increased the number of counselors this year. And provide training and placement of our intern counselors at both elementary and middle school sites. We will also be facilitating parent trainings on social emotional learning competencies and continue to partner with our community-based organizations to expand services and resources to all families and students. Next slide. Our after-school programs. So we will resume our after-school programs after school as they are intended in person at all school sites. Our 5 service providers are City Years, City of San Jose, Think Together, YMCA, and Envisioneers. And they have been busy preparing with the site principals and staff for the reopening of the schools. We will have program Monday through Friday immediately after school through 6 p.m. And students will be receiving supper as part of that program. And just to remind you that the after school staff, their main responsibility is to support with homework and provide enrichment activities such as art, physical activities, STEM activities, health education, etc. We will work towards adding some sort of school day support, ramping that up through our ACES providers when possible. And this is just a list of the 5 agencies and the schools that they provide services to. So in terms of tutoring and supplemental learning support, we have been working with several agencies. Some are continuing, there are a few new. We've been having discussions with them over the summer on ways that they can support our students as they return to school and have the need for these supports. We will be having services at all school sites in terms of homework and intervention type services, and it'll be a combination of teachers and paraprofessionals providing those services, and in some cases using some of these support providers in addition to what they're able to provide with their staff members. Some of the tutoring support that we will have are Sylvan Learning, TutorWorks, Paper, which is an online personalized tutoring service, Book Nook Tutoring, Varsity Tutoring, Springboard Collaborative. Other support services that we have been partnering with and will continue this year are the City Peace Project, Grail Family Services, Little Heroes, and Reading Partners. And we'll continue to investigate other ways and other services that we can provide our students. And, we really want to make sure that the students that need the support receive it, and that we provide it for them. So that's the end of our presentation. And, we just want to thank you for listening and just say that, this is a time to come together, celebrate the beginning of a new year, and welcome everyone back to our campuses. And again, congratulations on 90 years of excellence in Alum Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Dr. Bauer, you were going to add something? No. Okay, great. Thank you so much for such detailed presentation and painting a clear picture for us. And so at this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment first, and then I'll open it up for the trustees for any questions, comments, or concerns. Jose, if you can help me with the public.
Yes, Madam President, we have one speaker, Ms. Jacqueline Ardani. Ms. Ardani, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Oh. You can unmute yourself.
Ms. Ardani, are you able to unmute yourself?
Maybe while they figure out the audio issue, we'll go on to the next one and then come back to Jacqueline.
Yes, our next speaker is Lynn White. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, I found it. Hi, my name is Lynn White, and I'm a TK teacher at Linda Vista Elementary. I've been teaching close to 20 years. I didn't see much information about your contact tracing, screening, and testing protocol. Will you test sample groups? How will that work, and when will we know? And then my other concern is that in TK, it's all about socialization and kids working together. And a big part of what we do is have families involved. So will you do rapid testing so that volunteers can continue to come onto our campus and be welcomed, and so that we can have field trips and try to make this as normal as possible for the children? I'm very concerned that we don't have our contract negotiated. We love working with kids, and we want to be in the class, and we want all of us to work together towards mutual agreeable outcomes. But it feels like we have not taken the time to get our plan together so that we all feel comfortable for the first day of school. But we will do our best to make sure that the kids are safe. But if I had my druthers, I would wait till the kids could get vaccinated. And then, hopefully they said in the winter, we come in and, maybe achieve herd immunity within our classrooms so that the kids aren't transmitting the virus, as, what I hope doesn't happen. But I'm hoping we can all work together and do what's right and what's safe for our kids. But I am terrified to work with TK kids, 20 kids in my class. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Jessica Levodi. Ms. Levodi, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, yeah. So I was waiting for this presentation, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. And I still, again, my questions weren't answered in regards to quarantining, in regards to at least weekly testing. I looked at our numbers today and the zip codes in Alum Rock are like 24, 25,000 per 25 per 100,000. It's so high right now, and we are opening our doors full throttle with just masks. We need at least weekly testing on everybody, regardless of vaccination status. And this modified quarantine is just asking for a super spreader event. We're seeing now, like Mountain View already has, a couple days in, have several cases. So what is our quarantining? Will we be then distance learning? Will we be Zooming in for the kids? Or are they going home with packets? Like, we need to know this the first day of school, because we know there's going to be cases the first day of school. We've seen it now across the state as they open up. It's within the first couple days, there are kids. And what are those kids doing when they go home to quarantine? And then we need to quarantine. We can't be saying that they can stay in our classroom, even though they've been exposed with a mask on, as long as they get tested twice a week. And we know with the Delta variant that asymptomatic, we can spread it just at being vaccinated just as much as the unvaccinated. So you can't say that teachers can stay and teach if they've been exposed. They need to go home and be safe. We need to know this the first day of school, because we're gonna have that kid in class who comes with a positive COVID test. So we need to know this now. And it wasn't in the presentation. And these are the questions we're getting from parents. What are we doing with quarantine? What about testing? What about health screening? That's what's important. And we don't have that information. And that's not okay. It's not safe. Because we know what the first day is going to be like, and we won't have answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Kathy Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, I'm at Shepherd Middle School, and I'm an art teacher, and I've already planned to, keep separate supplies for everyone. But I keep hearing things about cohorts, and I don't think that's happening in middle schools. I'm going to be having like 35 kids in my classroom, at least one of my periods, and I think the other periods are close to 30 each one of them. And it equals out to 152 kids. And like Jessica was saying, I'm very concerned about this modified quarantine. And I mentioned it earlier. It seems like it's designed to keep the schools open, but it's not designed to mitigate cases. Our case rate keeps going up. I have been keeping track of new cases every single night since June 24th of 2020. And I've been watching it fluctuate, and I've been watching the patterns and the trends and everything. And I'm extremely apprehensive about just opening the way we are doing that. And I understand that a lot of it comes down to funding from the state. But what I'm concerned about is that I'm not hearing a backup plan. If the state does say, or if the county says, we're shutting things down because case rates are getting too high, like it is, like they are in other states. I don't know any backup plans. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what to plan for myself, what to plan for with my kids. My kids are going to ask questions. Like, kids are always ask questions about what happens if this happens. I have no answers for them. And that's really disconcerting this close to the beginning of the school year. And I hope we can get some more answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Adrienne Bain. Ms. Bain, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello, thank you for listening to me again. First off, my first question is about the fogging. Once again, I am a teacher, and sometimes things are left in the classroom. What is the chemical composition of the fogging? Because I usually have a pitcher of water, and will I have to empty that and wash it every day? That's number one. Quarantine. If we have to quarantine as teachers, we're gonna lose our sick days, even though we only have quite a few. And what happens if we lose all of our sick days? Do we have to take a pay cut because of that? I usually have classes of 31 students. I don't know how I can do a class of 31 students and distance myself from them. Altogether, throughout the day, I will have over 150 kids. On that note, with regards to computer programs, we had a program called Hapara, which we could control students from a remote computer, and it was wonderful. Why are we not investing in a program like that anymore? Another problem is that teachers right now, we're not allowed to have lunch with each other. We're not allowed to share a space with each other. I don't know about you, but after dealing with 100 kids for a couple of hours, I need some time to talk to my colleagues. And lunch is usually that time. And how are counselors going to be able to social distance and deal with kids? I just think these are things we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baines. Our next speaker is Ms. Sandra Rivera. Ms. Rivera, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Rivera.
Okay. I was just echoing with what some of my colleagues have been saying. The school safety plans that have been put out from a teacher standpoint seem like the superficial stuff, whereas we're in the classroom with the students. What are the new protocols now if a student starts throwing up? Am I supposed to evacuate all of my students? I have TK students. Are we supposed to be, I can't leave my classroom doors open because my door goes directly to the parking lot. There's not a lot of windows that actually open in my classroom. Out of most of them have been painted shut from over the years. So while we appreciate a safety plan from people built by people sitting in the district office, I don't know if teachers or people who are actually in the school sites have been consulted to help create that safety plan. There are a lot of questions and issues that we have that are not addressed, and our answer kept being told, oh, we'll address that later. Wait till the safety plan comes out. Those questions still have not been addressed. Are teachers allowed to take the students' temperatures in the classroom if the kids are saying that they don't feel good? Because how am I supposed to now send a TK student up to the office? Before, I used to have 2 of them hold hands and walk to the office together. We can no longer do that. There are still a lot of unanswered questions, and I understand that hopefully some of these will get answered, but this did not help any of us tonight. It made us a little bit more apprehensive.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Our next speaker is Ms. Jocelyn Merce. Ms. Merce, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I had not planned to speak since I think that many of our teachers have covered a lot of the issues that we're concerned about, but I guess the bottom line is school starts Tuesday, and I noticed that on the slide presentation, it said that there was safety, some of the safety plans were being bargained, but that hasn't happened yet. When will that happen? I mean, if kids come back Tuesday, when will those tests be done? And they should be done on site if we're going to have testing, if we're not vaccinated. I guess, again, it's all a matter of we're down to the wire. And instead of saying we'll get it done or we plan to, we have to get this done and put it behind us so that teachers know what to expect. Because they come and ask me, and honestly, I don't know what to say because I don't have the answers. Until we have a written agreement in place, it's all speculation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nurse. Madam President, at this time, we have no more speakers.
Thank you, Jose. At this time, I will open it up to the trustees for any questions, comments, or concerns. And before I do that, just want to let you all know after this item, we'll take a 5-minute bio break. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Trustee Pham. I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam President. Hang on, where? Good. Getting used to all. Okay, first of all, question to the administration, through you, Madam President. In the event a child is put in quarantine here, and does it I kind of feel like the child would be placed into independent study, or, please walk me through what do we do, say if a child, knock on wood, tests positive and has to be quarantined? How do they stay with the class, or how do they learn?
I'm going to reconnect. So it's hard for me.
So
I lost my signal.
So
Maybe Renee or.
Sure. So Dr. Bowers, connecting through my name, you hear her. Renee, can you help answer that question, please?
Absolutely. So what I want to remind everyone about is that every single case is different, and we take every single case on a case-by-case basis. We consult with our district nurses. We work with the health department. We look at exposure. We look at, we do contact tracing to see who has had that level of exposure. We look at individuals that were exposed. Are they vaccinated? So all of these things have evolved over the last few months, and it's no longer an automatic. If you were in the same room with somebody that tested positive for COVID, you all of a sudden have to quarantine, right? So we need to look at these things case by case basis. And so I can't just do a blanket response. As far as the student, if the student is ill, he is ill, and then he won't be able to engage with the classroom, right? If he's going to be out for an extended period of time, we can definitely assign him assignments, just like we are doing with students in independent studies. So we're going to have to take a look at the individual situation and then make accommodations accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Then the second half is, based on public comment, what does quarantine look like if a staff member does test positive or falls ill?
May I answer now?
Okay, yeah.
We have to follow the same things, the CBA, this is different times. It's not like last year. Last year we had some mandates that we had to adhere to. We're going back to the what we have agreed in a lot of the dispensations that were provided last year are no longer vigent, and we need to just accept that. There's no way for us to change laws or contracts or anything like that at this moment, because we are no longer in the same status that we were last year. So I understand those are concerns. I think that the best way to avoid a whole lot of concerns is to make sure that we get vaccinated and that we continue to wear our masks. Remember what I said at the very beginning. As far as the county is concerned, as far as the state is concerned, all they want us to do is to wear the mask. And they took off all the other safeguards. We are not doing any of that. We are keeping extra precautions because we have learned through we were the first district with a care pod back in September last year. And we worked through the most difficult times of COVID. We reopened our schools and we conducted a summer school. And we never had a contagion starting in Alum Rock. We learned a lot of lessons. And those are the ones that we're putting into action. I do understand the anxiety for people who have not been part of the reopening or teaching summer school. It's normal to feel that way, but I also know that we are going to be acting swiftly whenever something happens. We learn very quickly how to, whenever there was a contact in our midst, and we address the classroom. The whole concept of modified quarantine is what the public health department is telling us to do. This is not something that our team, Ilaria Bauer, the board, we are not health officials. We are educators. And I understand the concerns. We are going to provide the safest environment possible for our students and for our staff. Thank you.
Mr. Pham, any other questions or comments?
Let's see. What about?
You're on the mute if you're gonna ask something.
This is, one last question to administration. Does the situation look safe enough for a class to potentially have a field trip this year? Field trip.
I think that we need to bring everybody back first. And I think that as we become better acquainted with the new reality, because that's what we're all facing, we will gradually bring some of those more normal things back. I heard the comment from the teacher regarding back to school nights. I will be addressing that. I have said very clearly that we are not going, during the regular school day, we're not going to have anybody who visitors, I don't know, because of that extra layer of protection. And that includes volunteers, because there are some people that we cannot demand, we cannot ask them whether or not they have been vaccinated. So I'm very clear about that. We are doing that because we want to protect. The only case, and we totally hear TK and K, even first grade, the first day of school, the first couple of days of school are going to be normal. Children are going to cry. Parents need to soothe them. The principals are setting up the appropriate environment to address those specific circumstances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I see Trustee Chavez's hand up. Trustee Chavez?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. And the first one is, I guess, for Miss Barbara Campbell. When she spoke of the bell caps or the bell covers for the instruments, for the Winwoods and the brass, and they're gonna do that outside, that's fine, but a lot of those, like the woodwinds, they require swabbing, and they're supposed to be disposable. Is the student gonna have to pay for those disposable ones, or is that gonna be provided from the district? And also on the horns, on the brass and the horns, they have spit valves. So I know they recommend, like I looked up the recommendation that it's 20 minutes and then they do the aerosol. And are they gonna do that aerosol outside as well as if they have to perform inside? Because at winter time, it gets really cold. The poor little kids are gonna be out there freezing if they're gonna have to be playing outside. I just wanted to know, how are they gonna address the caps? And especially when you're playing an instrument, to have a bell on it, you're gonna get a totally different sound unless you're muting it, like if you're gonna do the ones for the horns. How are they gonna handle that? And then I have a question after that, if she can address that, please.
If you don't mind, I'll respond to that.
That's fine, thank you.
Yeah, and we're working very closely with our coordinator of music programs, right? So we are looking at all the guidance, and we understand this is not ideal by any means, just like it's not ideal in our gathering to all of us have been wearing masks, right? But we want to provide the best possible scenario for students, and we want them to have that experience. So all the safety measures that are put in place, none of those costs will come to the families or the students. All of those are costs that the district will take on, right? So we want to make sure that students are safe. We want to make sure that students are receiving the best possible experience, but at the same time, we don't want to expose them unnecessarily to, possibly catching something, right? So all of those things are in place. I shared with you that we have ordered all of this extra material. We are going to be doing all the cleaning that needs to happen to ensure that it is all appropriately and adequate for students.
And I have another question. I don't know if you want to answer this one as well, but one of the things that one of the teachers said, that if she has a sick student, before they would have another kinder student walk them to the office. So there is some solutions to do that. Like I've seen in other little schools that I work in, there's like little schools in front of the other side of a parking lot in Lafayette. The way they do it, they have actually gotten a jump rope, which is 6 feet long. One handles one handle and the other student handles the other handle, and they walk them around like that. And they put them to the side, and then they take their temperature and everything. And then when they take them out, I know Min Pham asked about the field trips. When they take them out, they put them on this big old long rope, and each one gets a little circle, and they put their hand in it. They're all distanced out 6 feet apart. They look so cute, like little ducks walking in a row. But there's a lot of different things that they can do, as well as putting little plastic gloves if they do have to handle the jump ropes, and so that the other little kid doesn't get sick. But I know that this is coming down the line, but I still think that if you have little things like that in writing, that would make the staff feel a lot more comfortable about when a child is sick, and different things, so that the whole class doesn't get sick. Just things on paper, I think that it might put a little bit of their concerns to rest. But ultimately, this is just a suggestion. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I'm just saying that there is solutions. Thank you.
Board President? if
Yes.
You don't mind if I can respond to
Please.
that? Thank you. I appreciate the comment. We have been sharing a lot of these details with principals, and we've had some presentations for teachers. We do have outlined the protocol if somebody's asymptomatic, if somebody has been vaccinated, exposure. And so we do have that, and that has been shared. We will make sure to reshare it. I know that principals have it available to them. So I know that some of them are meeting with their staffs on on Friday or on Monday. So they will be sharing all those details, right? And as I shared with you, a lot of the things right now has to do with whether the individual shows symptoms, right? Even if you're just exposed to a situation doesn't automatically mean that you're quarantined. It has to do with developing symptoms. And those are details that we have shared with principals and that they will be sharing with their teams as well. And we do have it in writing and outlined for everybody. And okay, hope that
One
helps.
more question. Sorry, one more question.
Go ahead.
Again, this is just a suggestion. So a lot of times in emergencies, you kind of don't think straight because of what's happening, especially if you have a classroom full of kids. Like, like on the first aid, when somebody's choking, you know how they have step 1, step 2, step 3. Can you put those things in the classroom? Say when you open up the closets, can you put it in the door or something like that so that they know what steps to follow? Sometimes when you have an emergency on your hands, you're emotional about the kid because they're sick, and then also the class might be upset, and things don't always go the way they should. But if you could, when I said put it in writing, if you could also, like there's this rules for this, do this. There's that, system for that, do that, and have it there in case something happens. I don't know, maybe that's just overkill what I'm saying right now, but it's just a suggestion, like I said. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chavez. That was it. Just want to make sure okay. Awesome. All right. Just saw the hand up. Okay. I do see Trustee Bejarano's hand up. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you at this time.
All right, thank you. So I first of all want to thank again the staff for the presentation. And I particularly want to thank at this time our custodial team, our maintenance team, food services, because the details that are laid out in the presentation and what we got tonight. I mean, it takes a lot of work to put all of that stuff together and these schedules of sanitation. And I understand some people may not think it's sufficient or clear, but at least from what I gathered from it, I know that takes a lot of work to set up and ongoing for our custodians and our food services to be cupping and bagging and sanitizing and disinfecting. That's monumental. And I actually had a question related to that. So one of the questions that I have is, have we added additional staff to, because of these kind of stepped up needs, or is it realistic to expect the staff that we had to be able to follow these schedules of sanitation and stuff? And is there like a, kind of like you see at a Target bathroom or something, like they have a little sign-in sheet when the last time somebody cleaned the bathroom? I assume we have something like that, and it looks like we do. So the question is just staffing for that, but also gratitude for those teams. But kind of prior to that, I wanted to also go back to Dr. Bauer's comments about, I feel like we're fortunate in some ways, because even though people, some people are worried or scared or anxious about whatever they perceive is the current situation, that's real, and that's real for them, so we need to respect those sentiments. But I think we're fortunate in that we have, as Dr. Bauer mentioned, learned both through our own efforts and what we've seen other places do, that it is possible to function in a way that's nothing's ever going to be 100% safe, but that can be very safe. So I know, as Dr. Bauer mentioned, we had our care pods, we had summer school, we've had different stages where we've been able to kind of beta test in our own district and roll stuff out. And I told Dr. Bauer when I met with her recently, I think it's either an example of all the work that was put in, or just miraculous that we didn't have any problems with it. And so the fact that we were able to put that together and did not have any problems at all. And I know we had a lot of discussion prior to that about people's worries and concerns, all valid, But when the actual product rolled out and we implemented, we had zero problems. I'm sure there were some bumps in the road, but overall, it's not, I mean, we were successful with that. I know also my wife works in early education, and for months they've worked with from infant to TK, pre-K students or children, and they've been able to do that very successfully in person for many months. And so I think the models are out there, and they may not be ideal, they may not be perfect, they may not be 100% risk-free, but I think if we go into it with a mindset of learning, adaptation, not that phrase of not letting the perfect get in the way of the good, I think we can, move forward. There's always room for improvement, as I say, but I think we're in a good place. And then I think it's something that maybe it sounds like there's been some challenges with kind of negotiating some of the details of what's going to happen. And I think it's unfortunate that the state and all these changes have come very rapidly to us. And I think we heard very clearly that, teachers wanted to have their summer respected, and they didn't want to have to, they wanted some time to refresh and to not have to deal with, negotiations and stuff. So I think just the junction of people trying to get that well-needed refresh time versus these things that were coming in from the state, it causes challenges to try to, get everything lined up perfectly in the amount of time that's necessary, because we did want to respect that, those statements that were made about summer. That's deserved. And the last question I'll have is, so the first question was about the staffing for sanitation. The other question I have is, I saw that the MERV 13 filters were all replaced and will be replaced, but it says where compatible. So I'm wondering about what is the situation in the places where it's not compatible, or if we could just have a little more description of that. And the last thing, if we can have that report emailed or the presentation tonight emailed to the board members, I'd like to look through it a little more on my own time as well. So thank you. Those are my comments or questions as well.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Chang with his mic open. So I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Board President. So let me first respond to the rooms that do not have the HVAC system that are compatible to the MERV 13. In those rooms itself, we do have temporary units or window shakers or window units. In those rooms, we provide additional air purifiers. So, those rooms would get 2 air purifiers, and if they're larger rooms, we would consider adding additional ones. We also provide fans for those rooms, so they can circulate the air in those rooms much more efficiently. And so those are some of the measures that we've added to some of the rooms that doesn't have the MERV 13. In terms of staffing, let me start off with CNS first. CNS, I think it's a challenge all across the board in terms of having enough staff or hiring. There's a lot of shortage in labor right now, but I do have to commend our Teamsters units because in just one sitting, they were able to agree for us to offer additional hours to the current staff to help prep those individual bags for foods to be delivered to students. And we were able to do that in one sitting. So I do want to thank the Teamsters unit for always working with us and getting things done. In terms of custodians, we just recently had a job fair this past weekend, and I believe the results were helpful. And we are working with our MOT department to get any additional staff in terms of custodians to be able to support the additional efforts that needs to happen at the school sites. Did I miss anything, Trustee Berjano? Was that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Any other trustees? Any questions, comments, or concerns? All right. Seeing none, just reiterate, I know it's hard times for us all. And I want to shout out to all the staff, all the staff, from those that are assisting to putting up the water stations, to the teachers, to adjusting. I know how frustrating it is. I work at the Emergency Operations Center, and it feels like we set up at the end of the day and the next morning all of it's turned upside down and we got to start fresh. So I know that feeling. It's frustrating. It's tough. And it's not easy. And then, to also have the direction from another entity, from, state, bringing out new announcements, on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, it feels like. And so just sending, round of applause to you all, to administration, to my peers, who we sit here, and we hear the frustration, and we are with you all, and we understand, and just getting it from all areas and doing our best to continue to provide not just the best education, but ensure that it's, in a healthy way, and that we're all taking care of one another. So with that, if I don't see any others, I'll go ahead and move on to our 5-minute bio break. It's 8:08. We'll see you back here at, let's say, 8:14. Thank you. Right, I know we're gonna slowly be trickling back in. So I said 8:14 to hopefully start by 8:15. Okay, now wait for quorum to start again. Yay, speaking of. We have Min and Andres walking back in. Thank you. All right, and if I can just remind ourselves to turn down the mic. I'm sorry, the audio, the speakers. If, yeah, we're not speaking here, just so that the echo doesn't happen. Great. All right, now that I see quorum, calling the meeting back to order at 8:15. Going on to item 501, approving of the installation of the IDAs for the Verizon Labs at Ocala, Shepherd, Renaissance at Fisher, and Renaissance at Matson.
I move.
Move to approve by Vice
Second.
President. Second by Trustee Pham. If we can mute ourselves, awesome. Okay, thank you. All right. This time, if we can mute ourselves here in the board, thank you. At this time, I'm gonna go ahead and call for, let me help you out. All right, call for public comment on this item, and then we'll move on to questions, comments, or concerns from the trustees. Thank you. Any hands raised?
No public comments at this time, Madam
Oh, I'm
President.
sorry. Okay, thank you, Jose. I'm gonna give a couple seconds before we move on to allow folks to raise their hand for public comment on item 501. Any now, Jose?
Still no.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move on to trustees. Any questions, comments, or concerns from trustees? All right, seeing none, I'm gonna bring up mine, and I talked to Dr. Bauer about this. I'm not a professional, but you know, when I read the 5G and the contract involved there, there were a couple of concerns that, you know, I had, and after doing a little bit more investigation, basically citing one example of what I read that helped ease my mind and being able to vote on this is the Food and Drug Administration, based on the FDA's ongoing evaluation, the available epidemiological and cancer incidence data continues to support the agency's determination that there are no quantifiable adverse health effects in humans caused by the exposure at or under the current cell phone exposure limits. So I did some investigation that helped me. I just wanted to share it with the public. I know there's a lot of good things from this contract that's going to help our children and hopefully our communities as a whole. So I see a lot of benefits to this. So that's all I wanted to bring up. With that, I'll go ahead and call for the vote, and I'll just call your name as I see you on the screen. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye, passes unanimously.
Madam President,
Yes.
really briefly, since the discussion about 5G was mentioned, I also want to add that this is an antenna is to receive signals. And so it wouldn't be projecting. Now, I know that I'm not an expert either, but the signals are already in the community because the city has already provided Verizon access to basically those small towers. And so what this would allow is for our students to be able to receive the signals that are already being transmitted in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Quintero, since you're adding that. Mr. Chang, I saw you nod. I just want to confirm, is there or is there not? I thought I read in the contract that there would be a device on one of the poles and it showed a picture of where it would be placed.
Yes, Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So the 5G towers is already in existence in the neighborhood. And so what we would need to do is add a device on top of the roof on the lab to connect to that. And then there's other devices in the classroom that feeds from the devices on the roof so that devices can connect to other devices in the classrooms in order to get access to the 5G network. And it's only limited to to that small area. So it's not available to the community. It's just for the lab itself.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chang. Thank you, Vice President Quintero. I don't know if to go worse or that it's already up or not. Regardless, I know it brings good things for our children. And, you know, also just the fact that I was able to go in a little deeper and read more about that, and just ensuring, you know, that the health of our community maintains, at least that we, you know, make it better from where we're at. Mr. Pham, I did see you were unmuted. Was there something you wanted to say before we move forward? Okay, awesome. All right, great. We'll move on to 502. The Governing Board of Trustees will discuss a direct and administration of, if we can mute ourselves if we're not speaking, please. The just administration to research and provide a recommendation for the selection of a legal firm to provide additional legal support for the review of various contracts. Mr. Pham?
Yes, Madam President, I move to open discussion and then approve directing the administration to research and provide a recommendation.
Trustee Chavez, I see your hand up.
If we do approve, I'm seconding it right now.
All right, so you're seconding Mr. Pham's motion?
Yeah, if
Okay.
approved.
Okay. So with that, Maribel, did you get that down? Do we have the wording? If it's any different, I just want to make sure that we don't keep moving. If you want to make sure that the minutes cover it.
Can Trustee Pham repeat it because he said to move for discussion? So I didn't get the rest of it because.
Okay, so I move to open discussion and approve directing the administration to research and provide a recommendation.
And Chavez second.
Okay, perfect. All right, so at this time, I don't know if there's a presentation, Dr. Bauer, or anything before we move forward.
No, it's just the extra support, and if the board so desires, we can start the process and bring some recommendations to you. That's all we needed from you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back for questions, comments, or concerns from the trustees. Jose, if you can help me out, is there any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Madam President, at this time, we have no public speakers.
Okay, we'll wait a few seconds. Do we know?
Still none.
Okay, so we'll move on to the trustees. I see Trustee Bejarano's hand up. Trustee Bejarano?
Yes, thank you. I think that given that, you know, we've just recently gone through the process for our program manager, and we've made that selection, and we have a lot of work that we need to get done, and you know, I think we're going to need additional support. And I also found, kind of came to my attention that there's a lot of districts that have actually multiple you know, legal counsel that they use for different, whether it's availability or expertise or whatever. And we even have that with one of our other legal teams that we use. So I think it's actually a good idea for us to secure another option in case we need it, just so that we can be prepared to move forward, you know, and either in specific areas of expertise or just based on availability, so we don't have, any delays in the work that we're trying to get done. So I will be in support of moving forward. And my suggestion, I don't know if it needs to be added to the motion at this time, but in terms of selection, I would suggest using the same process that we've kind of, in some ways, started to grow accustomed to, I think, how we select, appointed trustees or council or whatever. I think that process seems to, with tweaks every time for as needed for the individual situation, I think the overall process works pretty well. So I would suggest that as the process we use.
Thank you. I see trustee Chavez hand up.
So if we do motion to get the thing, and if Bejarano is motioning to do the same process, then I'm also seconding the second one, trustee. Thanks.
Thank you, trustee Chavez. Do we have any other questions, comments, or concerns from any of the board members? If you can please turn it down. Sorry, I just know that it's echoing to our public and trying to do our best here. Okay, any other questions or comments from the trustees before moving forward? Okay, seeing none. Go ahead, trustee Bejarano.
My only question is, I guess, to Dr. Bauer or staff, if they would like us to include that part about the methodology used to select into this motion, or just cover that at a later time? Because the motion right now doesn't include that piece of it. If we don't need it now, we could just move forward with the motion as it stands, I think.
Okay, and I think she said we got it. I know she didn't unmute herself because it caused too much background here. So she said we got it, and I was just gonna add that I think what the motion covers the main piece, and then the details, I think we'll be good.
Are you
as we move forward?
Are you asking to amend the motion so that we can?
No, I
do
don't think we need to amend the
both?
motion.
Okay.
I think we're good with what we have. And in regards to the details, just like we did when we brought in the firms, Jess will maybe come in the beginning, say those things, and then we, agree today we do it this way, and then we move forward on that day. Just kind of refreshing our memory. So I think the motion as is right now, I think is good if we all agree to that. So I'll open it up for vote at this time, if you're all okay with that. No other questions, comments?
Can we repeat the motion one more time, just so I'm clear on what the actual motion is now?
Maribel, do you want to read that?
So it's to move to open for discussion and approve and provide a recommendation. And then trustee Bejarano added to selection of the same process as we're accustomed to. Is that all together, or is it just one, what trustee Pham said?
Just what trustee Pham said.
Okay, then that's clarification for me too. That way it's just what trustee Pham said.
So what was?
To
what
move,
was that?
to move to open for discussion and approve and provide a recommendation. That's what he said.
Trustee Pham, does that cover everything? And trustee Chavez, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I
Approve.
second.
So then I have a question.
Go ahead, trustee Bejarano.
So if the motion is to approve and provide a recommendation, that last part, to provide a recommendation, I just wanted to see, I wonder if we could clarify what that means. To provide a recommendation to move forward in the process, or I want to make sure that I know what I'm voting on, and that we don't get down the road a month or two and it's cloudy. So if there's just maybe trustee Pham to clarify his motion.
Trustee Pham?
Yes. Yes, well, I mean, it kind of goes, yes. So if you wanted to, yes, provide a recommendation regarding the item, which is for the selection of a legal firm to provide additional legal support for the review of various contracts.
Okay.
Trustee Chavez?
Trustee Pham, do you also want to include using the same process as we did before, so that way we're just voting once to save time?
Yes, okay. Yes, I would be, yes, I would accept an amendment to that.
Then I'm seconding that one. The last one.
Thank you, everyone. That's helpful for me and makes it more clear on what I'm voting. Thank you.
Oh, okay, so second on that last one to also
Thank you.
include the same process.
Okay, Maribel, so we did add to that. So I don't know if you want to read it again to ensure that our minutes
Move
reflect.
to open for discussion, approve and provide a recommendation using the same process.
As we did the last time. I think you have to put as we did the last time. To
Yeah,
make
or
it more
as we did
specific.
to hire the,
As the previous law firm or the previous, as long as we
yes.
state it, I think it's okay.
Yeah, just a
That'd be
little
close
more
enough.
specific.
Look, using
Yeah.
the same process as we did the last time.
Yes,
The process that we did for selection of legal counsel at last time or something like that.
in 2018 or 2019,
Uh-oh.
because that was more specific.
Was it 18 or 19? I don't,
19, that's the last time we did it.
well, that's when I became trustee.
Yeah, 2019.
Okay, all right.
So
Are we ready to vote now?
Yes.
The process we used prior with the other legal firm? Is that what it's saying? Because you said 2018, 2019, so.
Yeah, no, don't worry about the year. And I think just the process we used previously when hiring a legal firm.
Okay, thank you.
And as Vice President Quintero reminded us, it's in our bylaws and how we move forward, but this is good. At least it'll save time for when we do that. All right, so now I'm gonna call for the vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Can you just clarify really quickly? I think in the bylaws, that's specific to the appointment of a trustee, if I'm not mistaken, but my vote is.
It
yes.
could be, and let's look back into it, and if it's not, let's put it in.
Good idea.
We'll put it
My
on our
vote is-
to-do list, because I think it'll save time for the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
My vote
thank
is
you.
yes.
Thank you. Trustee Chavez?
Yes.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, I passes unanimously. All right. Moving on to item 601, approve. Let's see.
I got a question on this last one. So when we bring it next time in the agenda, is it also going to be brought, do we have to change the board bylaw in order to do it like that, the same, do the same process the way we did the last time? Or that only applies to appointments of trustees?
No, we're not gonna change any bylaws. We're gonna move forward with this hiring of legal firms. So no conversation about changing any bylaws right now. In the future, if you bring it, if Bejarano, myself, anybody else comes and brings a conversation about changing our bylaws, then we can do that. But for this, no. No
Okay,
bylaws.
but I was asking, I should have been asking Dr. Bauer. Dr. Bauer, can we put that in next month's agenda, or do we just not worry about it until we have to do the process again?
I think that's different. If you're putting items for the next month's
Excuse me,
agenda-
I'm sorry, Coach. I'm sorry,
Okay, I
President.
just don't want to lose track of where we're at. Dr. Bauer, can
Yeah.
you clarify for her,
But
please, so we can move
Okay,
forward?
thank you.
Maybe you might say the way that she understands.
I'm trying to understand myself right now, that question. So we cannot talk about changing the bylaw right now because it's not agendized. That's why
Okay,
board president is asking. And then if you're asking if we can do that to add or delete or anything like that, it's totally appropriate for you to bring it as a new item at the end. And you know your requested items before. Is it needed? I don't think it's needed, quite honestly, Trustee Chavez. I think that we have gotten pretty good, I think, about the process because you have selected legal firms, you have selected trustees, you selected a program manager kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? I think that the system itself has embraced the process,
Okay.
and our community already knows how
Yeah,
it goes.
thank you.
That's
Thank you
just
for
my
the
humble
clarification.
opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Okay, and I see Trustee Bejarano's hand up.
I hate to drag it, I'll be quick. I'll be very quick, but I appreciate what Dr. Bauer just said, but this board may or may not be together forever. We're not going to be together forever, and the community may change, staff may change, so it might be something to consider, I think, to at least consider memorializing it so that future boards, future principals, I mean superintendents or whoever might use that process. But either way, we're fine for now to move forward, I think. So that's it. Thank you.
And I think just to close up that conversation, as a board president, I'm in agreement. I'm not in opposition. So we just add that to the agenda item when it's appropriate, and then we bring it forward. I think it's a great idea to save time in the future. Thank you. All right, so moving on to item 601, approve updated local control accountability plan 21-22. Trustee Pham?
Move to approve.
Second.
Really quick, Sierra Laura, this item was, we amended the agenda
Okay,
and this item's only up for information only.
all right. I didn't get that agenda. Thank you so much. So information only, I'll go ahead and pass it over to Dr. Bauer.
Madam President. I would ask that we encourage our people to bring up reports. 5 minutes.
Okay.
We have Trustee Quintero.
Reports to 5 minutes. Trustee Pham, I see your hand up as well. No? Okay. All right. So any presentations, 5 minutes or less?
I think it's a short presentation from Ms. Sandra Garcia, just to I'll let the community know what happened, this update.
Can I just get a quick clarification on, I think Trustee Quintero said something, but it wasn't muted, so I don't know if it was important.
Who? Dr. Bauer was muted?
Trustee, I think it was Trustee Quintero. Somebody said
Yeah, I
something in
just
the.
repeated what he said, that he suggested that we keep reports to 5 minutes or less.
Oh, okay, that's
That
what
was
he
a
said.
suggestion.
Oh, I thought you were saying.
So
that.
welcome, Ms. Garcia. Welcome back.
Good evening. I don't have a presentation, but I will explain the reason this is back on the agenda. So as you know, our LCAP is, I work in collaboration with the County Office of Education to make sure that everything that needs to be in the LCAP is there, so that, for any kind of audit or review, that we're in compliance with all of the items that need to be in the LCAP. And it was a recommendation by our County Office of Ed for me to take language from throughout the LCAP and put it into this one section. So it's not changing the goals, it's not changing actions or services, budget. All it's doing is synthesizing the information and including information that is in other places in the LCAP for this increased and improved services section. And that was it. And so they recommended, for transparency reasons, to just bring it to your board for information, to let everyone know that we have added that language to that section of the LCAP.
Thank you, Sandra.
Mhm.
I guess I'll open it up for any public comment on this item. Jose, do we have any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Public comment at this time.
Okay, I'll leave it a couple seconds, see if people maybe are running to press that button to raise their hand. Do we know?
Still no.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to trustees, questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and move on. Thank you so much for that information. Moving on to 602, approval of seal by Literacy Achievement Awards, student recognition. Trustee Pham?
I proudly move approval.
Second.
Okay. Move to approve by Mr. Pham and second by Mr. Quintero. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to our superintendent, Bauer. I don't know.
And I'm going to turn it over to Barbara. Thank you, Barb.
Good evening, Board President Herrera Loera, board members, Superintendent Dr. Bauer. Today, we have the opportunity to recognize students from Adelante Dual Language Academy that during the 2020 and 2021 school year are being awarded the Pursuit of Bilingualism Award. The Pathway to SELA Biliteracy is an award given to students that meet strict and rigorous criteria and show proficiency in 2 languages, English and Spanish. Alum Rock Union School District students on the path to bilingualism are recognized in both 5th grade and 8th grade for maintaining high linguistic proficiency in both languages. I would like to invite Directora Martinez from Adelante Dual Language Academy to call the names of the students receiving this award. And if we can make sure she's here and let her share her, let her speak.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I am so happy and proud to be able to name the students who have earned the Pathway to the Seal of Biliteracy. All of this during the pandemic. It still happens. So this is fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and start with the 8th graders that earned the Pathway. The first person was Sandra Santiago Jorge. We also have Inés Soriano, César Solís Pérez, Yaciel Rangel, Nayeli Ocampo Huitron, Jenser Ocampo Huitron, Amalanali Noble Linares, Victor Heredia, Miguel Heredia Ojeda, Andrea González Rodríguez, Nicolás Cervera, Fernanda Ávila López, Caleb Almaguer, and we also had 5th graders Josephine Rose and Ana Flores Sanchez. All of our students have received a beautiful certificate in honor of their recognition. And this evening here at the site, we did hold a special reception for them. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Directora Martinez, and all the staff that supported them, the parents, you know, and just the community to ensure that they, on top of doing social distancing, were able to take this additional challenge on and get this Biliteracy Achievement Award. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. Jose, if you can help me out and let me know if there's any members of the public wishing to address the board or the children on this item.
No comments at this time, Madam President.
Okay, we'll wait a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay, come back to the trustees. Any questions, comments, concerns? Trustee Pham?
I just want to express my congratulations to the recipients of the Seal of Biliteracy. This is exactly the type of thing that I was hoping to celebrate as part of our district's 90th anniversary. And, you know, this is, you know, truly a sign of the excellent work that Alum Rock has been doing for 5 generations. The only aside from that, for the 8th grade winners, I certainly hope that when I hear the high schools announce their AP Spanish language and Spanish literature awards, I certainly hope that I will hear of your names then. Now, on that note, congratulations to all those students. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. Anybody else? Trustee Bejarano?
Yeah, same thing. Just congratulations to all your hard work. And as you mentioned, you know, the hard work to get to these types of recognitions is even, it's like twice the work because of, you have to jump over an extra hurdle with all the new crazy things that have been going on. So we're very proud of our students who continue to achieve, and we send our congratulations.
Trustee Chavez?
I think Trustee Quintero had his hand up first.
It's okay. He said it's okay. Go ahead, Trustee Chavez.
Okay.
I think you guys put it up at the same time.
Congratulations to the students, and also quiero darles las gracias a los papás que también están ayudando a los estudiantes, y qué buena esfuerzo hicieron en seguirle adelante a otro level.
Thank you. Vice President Quintero.
I also want to congratulate all the winners of the Seal of Biliteracy, the recipients of the Seal of Biliteracy Award. And, you know, this is, they stepped up, they went above and beyond. This is not the normal coursework that's prescribed by, you know, just to do what they have to do in school. It's a step above and beyond. And so I want to recognize and congratulate those who've earned it. I also want to recognize the kids that went out for it and unfortunately for one reason or another weren't able to receive it, but nevertheless put in a significant amount of work to try to attain it. So as has been mentioned, I know that we at Alum Rock are sending over well-prepared students to wherever they choose to go. And if it is at Eastside Union High School District, I know they will take advantage of the Spanish AP courses, as I did, and we went ahead and earned recognition for our high schools when we went ahead and passed those exams. So I'm looking forward to their success in those high schools that they're attending.
Thank you. Sí, y gracias de nuevo a los papás. Me acuerdo cuando mi mamá me decía, puro español en esta casa, puro español en esta casa. Y a mí me ha ayudado bastante. Así es que de nuevo, gracias a los papás, a la comunidad y a los estudiantes por poner todo su esfuerzo. Y también, como dice vicepresidente Quintero, a los que trataron y por alguna razón no lo recibieron, sigan echándole ganas. Y gracias por seguir aprendiendo no nada más su lengua, pero también sobre su cultura. Gracias. All right. And it is on for approval. So seeing no other comments or questions from the board, I'm going to go ahead and call your name for the vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Passes unanimously. All right, moving on to item 603, approve consolidated application and reporting system CARS 2018, 2019, 1920, 2021 reporting and 21-22 application for funding. I did see Chavez's hand up. I'm not sure if you were moving for approval.
Yeah, that's what I was doing, but Andres did it. I'll second.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to public comment at this time. Jose, can you help us with the public and let us know if there's any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Yes, Madam President, no board comment, no comments from the public at this time.
Okay. I'll wait a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay. Moving on to questions, comments, concerns from the board. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move for a vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye. All right, passes unanimously. Moving on to item 604, approve next generation science standards aligned textbook adoptions.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chavez, any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
No comments at this time.
Okay, public comment at this time. We'll wait a couple seconds in case people were rushing to press the button. Any now?
Still none.
Okay, moving on for any questions, comments, concerns from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on to the vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Passes unanimously. Moving on to 701, information only. Opening it up to public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, waiting a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay. Moving on to any questions, comments, concerns from the trustees? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 801.
Move approval of the consent.
Second.
Over $100,000.
Okay, so 801 through 807. I do see trustee Bejarano's hand up.
I just wonder if, again, it was kind of muffled on trustee Quintero, so just for the purposes of making sure that we get it recorded right, if we could just repeat the motion, because I didn't hear it clearly. Just to make sure we get it.
You are kind of muffled too, so I don't know if it's our system here, but I did
Oh.
understand what you said. So trustee Quintero or Vice President Quintero, can you repeat what your motion was and what was said?
I'm trying to remember. I move approval of the consent calendar for contracts over $100,000.
Okay, did you were able to hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have a second, so I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on these items? Mr. Chavez?
We have no public comment at this time, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait a couple seconds. Do we now?
Still none.
Okay. Seeing none, any questions, comments, concerns from the trustees? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Unanimously, all right. Moving on to item 901. Approve the contract extension for Citizen Schools for payments 2021 of outstanding invoices.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, move to approve by trustee Chavez, second by Vice President Quintero. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez, do we have any members of the public wishing to address the board?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, I'll wait a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay, we'll go to the trustees. Questions, comments, concerns, trustee Chavez? Do you have any? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Yeah, I just, so I did have a couple questions for this one, for Dr. Bauer. And it's, I just, for purposes of transparency, there were monies available to pay for this that it all, actually, Dr. Bauer, if you could maybe just explain how there was an additional amount of money that came to us. And so that was money that we needed to give to this particular agency because there was an adjustment to the funding that we were able to provide to them. So I don't know if that's sufficient explanation, if I got it right, but just for transparency purposes, just so the public knows that what happened with that funding. So if nothing else is needed, all right, that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Bejarano. I had a similar question to Dr. Bauer as well, so thank you for bringing that up. Trustee Chavez, I think you raised your hand and then, do you have any questions?
Yeah, towards the end, I could barely hear him. I think it's more so he was speaking softer than a computer issue.
Yeah, can you say it again, Trustee Bejarano, maybe a little louder or speak in the mic?
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Perfect.
Better.
Okay, maybe I'll hold it out like this. So just for purposes of transparency, so that the public knows, I had a couple questions about this. I guess a few of us did, and Dr. Bauer explained that there were additional monies that came available to us to pay to a number of different agencies for their partnership and the work that we do, and this was one of them. And so we're just basically approving this increase that came because of an adjustment to the funding that was an increase for those dollars. So that was just for clarification.
Thank you. All right. We already voted, right? I know we were kind of, have we voted? Maribel, can you? We have voted. Okay. Thank you. It's about that time. All right, we're gonna go Trustee Bejarano.
Aye.
Trustee Chavez.
Aye.
Trustee Pham.
Aye.
Vice President Quintero. And myself, aye. All right, passes unanimously. Moving on to item 10, consent calendar, 10:01 maybe through 10:11.
Okay, move to approve
Pham.
move to approve the entirety of the consent calendar. So items 10.01 through 11.
I heard second by Chavez. Yes, all right. All right, thank you. And we'll then go ahead and open to public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez, any members of the public wishing to address the board on these items?
No public comment at this time, Madam President.
Okay, I'll wait a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay, now going to the trustees, any questions, comments, concerns before we vote? Okay, seeing none, I just had one. I think just like everything we've been discussing, we don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. We don't know what direction we're gonna go in. I know part of the approval was approving fundraising activities, which is great to see. Some of the schools preparing all year long or just ahead. And so, obviously approving pending, right, what direction we go in. Hopefully we're able to have those fundraising activities and many more. So I just wanted to mention that. I did mention that to Dr. Bauer. But again, I think it's along with what we've been discussing. We got to plan for what we know in the now and hope for the, best. And approve things as, if we're continuing to do things and we're all going to be safe and healthy. But also then being ready and mindful that things might change depending on how this variant, or how COVID ends up in our communities. That was the only thing. So with that, we'll go ahead and go to the votes at this time. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye, passes unanimously. All right, so we've gotten to this point of our agenda. Before I adjourn and people turn off their computers, I do want to say something. We did receive a video from Mr. Cortese, and some of us haven't been able to see it. We want to share it with our community. So what we'll do is we're gonna play it after the adjournment during the recess time, because it's not on our agenda. So we want to make sure that we're following our agenda. So after I adjourn, feel free to stick around and watch that video with us. Then we'll go into closed session. We'll make that announcement before we go into the adjournment on the items. Dr. Bauer, do you want to take care of that right now before I go into adjourning the meeting and into our video? Anything we need to? No. Okay, so at this time then, I'm going to adjourn the
I
meeting.
think Trustee or President Loera, do we have to take public comment on the items in closed session?
Oh, thank you. That's what I knew it was something. My brain was catching up with my body here and my spirit. So thank you, trustee Bejarano. Yes. So we'll open it up for public comment first before we adjourn. So Mr. Chavez, can you help us out with public comment at this time?
Yes, Madam President. At this time, we have no public comment.
All right, so just gonna wait a couple seconds. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on any items of the closed session, please raise your hand. Do we now?
Still none.
Okay, all right, so
Madam President?
Yes.
I don't think we're actually adjourning, correct? We adjourn at the
no,
very end of the
adjourn
meeting.
or, and I guess the word on the just going to recess, moving to closed session. Bear with me here, bear with me. It's kind of late. It's been a long day, but thank you. So not adjourning the meeting yet, just closing out this piece to head into the closed session. And then we'll be back to adjourn after that. But before we go into closed session, there will be a video played. If you please join us after I close into the recess for closed session. So let's just say that we'll go into closed session. How long is the video, Dr. Bauer?
I think it's short, maybe 3 minutes.
Okay, so we'll go into closed session at 9:10.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's what it is.
Yeah, after the video. So 9:10, we'll start closed session for how long?
1 hour.
1 hour. So we'll be back here at 10:10 to hopefully then adjourn the meeting. Anything else before we move forward? No. Okay. So 9 o'clock, and then we'll play the video, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Bauer.
And I am going to ask Maribel to help us with the video because I really want to see it. And I'm very grateful that Senator Cortese sent a congratulatory video on the 90th anniversary of Alum Rock. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna ask her to start all over. I just texted.
Her audio's off. Should we try at the end?
I think it makes sense.
Probably because.
Yeah, let's try at the end. Maybe we could practice and figure it out. Yes. Trustee
Can you,
Chavez.
Can you send it to the trustees so we could see it later?
Yeah, we'll send it to the trustees and then we're gonna try at the end to show it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, see you in closed session at 9:10.
exceptional faculty and staff. Congratulations to Elm Rock Union School District for reaching this tremendous milestone, and thank you for serving and investing in our local students for the past 90 years. I'd like to express my deep gratitude and recognize the dedication of your exceptional faculty and staff, the school board, as well as the leadership of Dr. Hilaria Bauer. We are truly grateful for your extraordinary service to ensure we have in place a successful education system for our children that puts their safety, education, and well-being first. And you have my word, as your state senator, I will continue to do all that I can so that our public education system in California meets the learning needs of our students as well as their mental health and social emotional needs. Thank you for your enduring commitment to our students, and I look forward to our continued work together to strengthen our public schools and set the foundation for a better future for each child.
And trust me, I
Sure. All right, we are back.
Yes,
Let's see. Okay, I can see myself now. We have quorum, Mr. Pham, Trustee Chavez, Trustee Bejarano, and Quintero is right next to me and he's logging in. Calling meeting back to order at 10:27 PM. And Dr. Bauer, do you want to report out on our closed session items?
yes.
And you're on mute.
Yes, I'm happy to report. Thank you, board, for approving the appointment of Mr. Jose Cortez as vice principal at Aptitude, effective immediately. Thank you very much. And I am happy to report that Mr. Brett Littell has been appointed by the board as our new CTO. And I want to say that it's effective within the week, because he needed to give notice to his employer.
Thank you. And then just checking in with Maribel to see if we might have time for the video. Otherwise, we can forward it to the trustees and then put it on YouTube for the audience, for the public to watch.
Jose Chavez is gonna be helping with this because I was having technical issues here. So
Okay.
it's gonna be sharing it right now.
Okay, so once I adjourn the meeting, then we'll go into that. If you want to stick around and watch out with us, hopefully it works this time. So any future board agenda requests at this time? Otherwise, you can email them to me or Dr. Bauer so we can make sure to put them on. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 10:29 PM. See you on September 9th and stick around. Hopefully we're able to see this video. Otherwise, if not, we'll go ahead and email it to the trustees and post it on our YouTube page for the public. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Alum Rock, 90 years of excellence.
Dr. Bauer, can I ask you a quick question or?
Not here, not right now, but
Okay.
hopefully.
Congratulations to Elm Rock Union School District for reaching this tremendous milestone, and thank you for serving and investing in our local students for the past 90 years. I'd like to express my deep gratitude and recognize the dedication of your exceptional faculty and staff, the school board, as well as the leadership of Dr. Hilaria Bauer. We are truly grateful for your extraordinary service to ensure we have in place a successful education system for our children that puts their safety, education, and well-being first. And you have my word. As your state senator, I will continue to do all that I can so that our public education system in California meets the learning needs of our students as well as their mental health and social emotional needs. Thank you for your enduring commitment to our students, and I look forward to our continued work together to strengthen our public schools and set the foundation for a better future for each child.
Good night.